Read. Can I get an acknowledgement that y'all can hear me? Great, thanks. Well, welcome everybody to our June 8th Douglas County Board of County Commissioners meeting. Joining virtually while quarantining, but glad to be back this week, and sorry for missing the conversation last week, but thanks for carrying on. Just to get us started, I'll share a little bit about our how we structure our meeting and public comment. First, we will have our consent agenda, and then we'll offer general public comment, which is for items not on today's agenda. So for anybody that is there in person or joining us online, there will be an opportunity soon to provide general public comment, which will be limited to 3 minutes per person. We ask that you state your name and Douglas County residence for the meeting minutes. And Sarah there will be providing some indicators of how far along you are in your public comment. And for this evening, especially while I'm not there in person, I'm going to ask for some staff support with calling on anybody who's signed up on the sheet there. And then just to make things simple, Sarah, you've got my standing permission to mute the microphone after 3 minutes have lapsed, so that we can just keep the that sign up moving along. After general public comment, we'll move on to our regular business agenda, and each of those items will have opportunity for public comment specific to that item. First, we will hear from our presenters. County commissioners will ask any questions, and then we'll open it up for public comment before bringing it back for further discussion and action. All presenters online will need to keep themselves muted until called on by staff, and we ask that you please identify yourselves each time you speak for meeting minutes and for anybody listening online. Did that a little off the cuff, but I think I covered everything. So with that, Sarah, thanks for your additional help this evening. We'll start with our consent agenda and ask if either commissioner wishes to have any further discussion or pull that from this evening's consent agenda.
Commissioners, if I may, we don't want to pull the item off our consent agenda, but our Director of Emergency Management, Robert Benecki, is here and would like to just say a few words about this item, and then we could approve the consent agenda. And I think he has something for commissioners as well. So
wonderful,
Robert.
Thank you.
Yeah. There you go, Robert.
Thank you, Sarah, and good evening, commissioners. I'm Director Robert Benecki, and this is Deputy Director Jillian Rodrigue from Emergency Management. Jillian's not going to talk tonight because she can't talk. That's a different place for Jillian. But so, you know, 2 years ago, we started down the path of this pandemic that we knew nothing about. We didn't see light. We came together and collaborated as a unified command. Bringing in multiple partners, volunteers in the community. And I'm losing my voice. And so a lot of work, 5 different structures we went through. We had people from the community stepping up and volunteering, just a lot of work that went into these last couple of years. And so, you know, with that, I want to thank you for your support for emergency management and administration support for the work we've been able to do. And we're getting back to some normal emergency management functions, which has been kind of a nice thing. So again, we're at this declaration. We've had a declaration in effect since March of 2020. We extended it a few times, if you remember, and then left it in place until you saw fit, or we saw fit to recommend doing away with it. We feel the need. That need is now. We demobilized Unified Command last Wednesday, and so the consent agenda item is basically to you telling us that it's okay to do away with that disaster declaration. So that's where we're at, and I wanted to present you guys with a challenge coin, if I may.
Robert, thanks very much for your comments. I really appreciate you being here this evening, and it's quite a feat that our community stood up and responded to, and I'm really proud of all of it. And I would say mostly how well we rolled with the punches, quite literally. And every time we thought we were headed in one direction, and things changed course and we realized that we weren't in control, Unified Command was really wonderful at steering the ship and helping us recalibrate and keep mitigating in the ways that we needed to.
Thank you, commissioners.
With that, I will open it up for public comment and ask if there is anybody, or I'm sorry, I will open it up to ask if anybody would like to, in the public, would like to pull this from the consent agenda for further discussion. Sorry, I tripped up on my words.
We're
Okay.
not seeing anyone in the courthouse. And I
Okay.
don't see anyone online.
Great, thanks, Sarah. We'll close public comment or close that up and ask for a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion, and I'm sorry Robert and Jillian left because I did want to express my gratitude to them for all their tremendous work, and also to all our Unified Command partners. This has not been easy work. At times most of the time maybe we work breaking new ground in county functions and community functions on the whole. But some tremendous partnerships were created, and we also need to share gratitude with our community. There were many times we had to ask the community to step up in unique and different ways and work together. And I'm proud of what we did as a community when it comes to our response to COVID.
This is Commissioner Portillo. Before I second, I also just wanted to thank Robert and Jillian that they have already left us very quickly. But in talking with local governments, both kind of across our state and across the country, I think one of the things that really stood out to me is how well our Unified Command pulled together different sectors in our community and made sure that there was communication across higher education, K through 12, our healthcare system as a whole, and really making sure that we were keeping business in the loop. So I really appreciate all of the work, and I am excited that we're moving past the time of this emergency declaration. And I will go ahead and second both items 1 and 2 on our consent agenda.
Did I hear a motion and a second?
You did.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that will move on to general public comment. We'll go ahead and call on anybody in the courthouse first, and then go to folks online. For anybody who's with us on Zoom, please plan to use the raise your hand function to indicate to staff that you'd like to make general public comment.
Commissioners, our first public commenter is Kirby Evers or Evans? Evers.
Hi there, my name is Kirby Evers. I'm with the Lawrence Democratic Socialists of America here in town. I'm here to talk about prevention. Benjamin Franklin said that a penny of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And on that respect, I'm asking that we go through a trial on renters' right to counsel. People who are on the line for eviction on a pretty thin rope when it comes to falling into homelessness. And in this hope to create a program in which we can hopefully get them some legal representation, we're hoping that they can simply navigate the legal system as best they can. Our system is complicated. Our system is hard for anyone, even lawyers. And in that respect, it's hard to ask the common citizen to navigate it on their own. This goes a long way in helping the people who are on the edge, who need the help. And so I know that this commission is trying to prevent homelessness. I know you guys have processes to try to pull people out of homelessness. And I think these are great goals, but part of that is creating this program, testing it, seeing if it works, and if it works, it should be expanded. I could go on a bit longer, but I know you guys are a bit on the same side of this. This is something that you guys are hopefully interested in. And as such, I'll leave it at that. Have a good day.
Our second public commenter is Sue Herring.
Hi, my name is Sue Herrick. I live here in Lawrence. And I'm here tonight to open a conversation maybe based on previous decisions that you were used for masking Douglas County citizens. I want to call your attention tonight to an interesting result recently published after a study was done by a German doctor named Zacharias Fogen. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's spelled F-O-E-G-E-N. The study bears on us particularly because Kansas counties were the source for the data in this study. Here in Kansas, masking mandates were determined county by county. With 105 counties here, 81 counties did not implement a mask mandate. The study that he did revealed that in the counties mandating masks, there was a 50% increase in the deaths from COVID. Douglas County, per your orders, was one of the 24 counties falling into the higher mortality. It's now called the Fogen effect, after the research by Dr. Fogen. The mask causes hypercondensed droplets caught by masks to be re-inhaled and introduced deeper into the respiratory tract. Another doctor, Dr. Aaron Carity, made this statement. Once you get infected, if you are wearing a mask, this study suggests that your chance of having a bad outcome of dying from COVID was higher. And that probably had to do with rebreathing these condensed droplets that have a lot of virus in them. Prolonged mask usage having a negative consequence has largely been ignored by researchers until recently. A recent peer-reviewed study in Europe shows that universal use of masks may have had harmful, unintended consequences. It's nice to hear of research that backs up the common sense most of us use in our daily lives. Hopefully, when the next round of pressure to mask citizens arrives, you'll remember this study. You might look it up and use a little common sense backed by research. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Joe Herring.
My name is Joe Herring. I live here in Lawrence. Last week, I misspoke in stating that Barack Obama and Kamala Harris were not eligible to run for the office of president or vice president because they were not citizens of the United States. In fact, both are citizens, but neither are natural born citizens. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5. No person except a natural born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of adoption of this Constitution shall be eligible to the office of president. Neither shall any person be eligible to that office who shall not have attained to the age of 35 years and been 14 years a resident within the United States. Eligibility of the vice president is found in the last line of Amendment 12. It reads, but no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to the vice president of the United States. The eligibility of the president and the vice president are one and the same. There's no definition in the Constitution that describes natural-born citizen because the term was understood by the framers of the Constitution. One of the sources the founding fathers used when it came to establishing the definition of natural-born citizen was Swiss-German philosopher of law, Emmerich Vattel, Vettel. Law of Nations was published in 1758. Law of Nations, section 212, indicates that to be a natural-born citizen, both parents must be citizens at the time of the birth of the child. Law of Nations is mentioned once in the Constitution in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 10. The Supreme Court of the United States has cited or quoted Vattel's definition of natural-born citizen in 7 different court cases from 1814 to 1884. Next week, we will discuss the authority to determine the eligibility of president and vice president. Thank you.
Our next commenter is Dr. Justin Spies.
My name is Dr. Justin Spies, and I'm running as a Republican for Douglas County Commissioner in District 1, and the seat is currently held by Democrat Patrick Kelly right here. Patrick Kelly is a USD 497 school district administrator, and he makes $122,813 a year. And that is an increase from his 2020 salary of $109,938. The school district continues to be in a massive budget crisis right now that has led to an increase in teacher and staff resignations and will soon enough result in numerous schools closing for good. But keep cashing them checks, Bala. In February of this year, he voted to extend the county mask mandate and said in an LJ World article that he voted to extend the mask mandate to show solidarity with the other 2 commissioners, one of which is Dr. Shannon Portillo right here, who just announced she's leaving her elected seat here on the commission less than 18 months into her 4-year term. So much for solidarity there, Patrick. Guess your colleague didn't share that sentiment with you after all. Portillo resigning like that just so perfectly exemplifies how these liberal Democrats have no appreciation and gratitude for anything. They have no honor at all and no loyalty whatsoever. They lack a sense of responsibility and commitment. If I were elected this fall, I would be honored and humbled. I would appreciate that people thought highly enough of me to trust me with their vote to do a job all the way through to the end. I would be loyal to my constituents because they were loyal to me and trusted me. But for Shannon Portillo and all liberal commies in general, because they have no values anchoring them in place and therefore drift aimlessly on a sea of selfish relativism, it's nope, see ya suckers, I'm on a bigger and better pasture, sucks to be you peasants. What an absolute betrayal, Shannon. Have you no honor, no pride? Liberals don't know what honor is. They don't know what gratitude is. They don't know what humility is. They don't know what loyalty is, and they don't care either. They live to feed their precious, fragile egos. Was playing politics with our lives just a game to you, Shannon? Was being county commissioner just something that could be used to advance your career in academia? Seems like it. Well, my life isn't a game, Shannon. I look at her resignation as the 3rd scalp to collect since I started my child mask mandate protest last July. First, Douglas County Health Department Director Thomas Marcelino couldn't handle the pressure I put on him, so he resigned. Then USD 497 Superintendent Anthony Lewis couldn't handle the pressure I put on him, so he applied for a new job in his hometown in Alabama, but didn't get the job. But now we all know he didn't want to be here and would leave if he could. And now Commissioner Portillo here is resigning for selfish reasons having to do with money and greed, of course, but also because she can't handle the pressure I put on her. I got 3 of you in less than a year, and I'm coming for all the rest of you. It's like a bunch of rats jumping from a sinking ship, man. What's with these rats burning everything to the ground around here and then jumping ship just when it's accountability time? The fun's just beginning, Shannon. You can't run from the light of truth. There's a lot of darkness to hide in, but the truth is permanent and its light will find you. Again, my name is Dr. Justin Spies, and I'm known around here for starting a protest in July 2021 against the school mask mandates because I believe that masking kids is child abuse. My message on my signs was not a political message, but of course, most people around here made it one. My message was simply that masks on kids is child abuse. I have a PhD in lifespan human development, and I taught as an assistant professor at Washburn in the Family and Human Service Department for 6 years.
I'm Justin.
That's all the public commenters I have signed up. I don't, if there's anyone else who would like to provide public comment, can you raise your hand and come forward here in the courthouse? Commissioner Reed, I'm not seeing one. I do have a public commenter online.
Okay, thanks.
M. Horowitz, we're trying to move you into the panel. M. Horowitz, you can come off mute, and please, you can provide your public comment. Go ahead. You can provide your public comment.
Sarah, it doesn't look like they have audio connected. I'm not sure if that's what's holding them up. They may need to come back later. It doesn't look like audio is connected.
Okay, yeah, M. Horowitz, we're gonna move you back into the attendee list, and you do have to have audio connected to provide public comment. Did you get it connected or no? Okay. I'm not seeing anyone else.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing anyone else in the attendee list that's raised their hand for public comment.
Great, thanks, Sarah. All right, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and move on to the first item on our regular agenda, a presentation about the truancy process and programs in Douglas County.
Commissioners, Pam Weegan, our Director of Criminal Justice Services, is going to come to the podium to kind of introduce this series of presentations. I asked Pam to kind of pull this together in advance of our 2023 budget session, to just sort of provide an outline of kind of what we have for truancy programs right now, and then some proposals on the table for expanding truancy programs. So Pam, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can make sure I get the right people introduced and moved around.
Thank you. Good evening, Commission. We've got a little slate of stuff here. Dr. Kelsey Dockman's on video on Zoom. She'll be covering over discussing kindergarten through 8th grade. And then we also have the high school truancy program. It's O'Connell Youth Shelter. And that's with Gina Meyer-Hummel, the director, and Aaron Harmon. So I'm going to let them present. And we also have members of the district attorney staff and the judge in case you should have some questions. Thank you.
Well, hello everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. We really appreciate the opportunity to discuss truancy diversion in Douglas County, and we just want to thank the county commissioners for their dedication to bettering our community. You all play a very integral role in our community, and so we thank you for all of your hard work. Before we dive in, let us briefly introduce ourselves. I'm Dr. Kelsey Dockman. I'm the founder and CEO of the Center for Supportive Communities, and I'm also the director of our Support Ed program, which will be my main focus today. I'm joined by my co-founder, Madison Graham, as well as Kate Holman, Juvenile Services Officer, and Pam Weegan, Director of Douglas County Criminal Justice Services. We also have Aaron Harmon and Gina Meyer-Hummel here from the O'Connell Children's Shelter, representing the high school truancy prevention program. Our plan for this evening is to discuss compulsory education and truancy, as well as the 2 truancy programs operating in Douglas County, including Support Ed, which, as Pam said, is for students K through 8, and the high school truancy diversion program. And at the end, we'd like to answer any questions that you might have, so we'll definitely leave some time to do so. Education is the foundation of success, and the first step in receiving an education is being present in school and engaged in learning. In fact, federal law requires each state to have a compulsory education law that defines the age at which children must be enrolled in and attending school. In Kansas, any child aged 7 through 17 must be enrolled in and attending school. There are a few exceptions to this. If a child under age 7 is enrolled in school, then they are subject to the compulsory attendance law, and any child age 16 or older can be legally signed out of school by their parent or guardian. However, although federal law establishes education as an inherent right, many children do not attend school regularly and thus do not receive the education to which they are entitled. The U.S. Department of Education declared school absenteeism a national crisis after reporting over 8 million students missed at least 10% of the school year. And we know that these numbers have only increased since the pandemic. In fact, Kansas schools experienced an explosion in truancy between 2019 and 2021, in which truancy referrals nearly tripled. So what is truancy exactly? Truancy is a legal term for not attending school as required by law, and the definition of truancy differs across states and within states across school boards. In Kansas, a child is considered truant if they are inexcusably absent on 3 consecutive days, 5 days in a semester, or 7 days in a school year. And we actually refer to this as the 3-5-7 rule. And a child is inexcusably absent if they miss a significant part of the school day without a valid excuse. Now, each board of education is responsible for determining what constitutes a valid excuse and a significant part of a school day. So as one example, the USD 497 board policy states that a significant part of the school day is defined as 1 or more hour for elementary school and 1 or more class periods for middle and high school. We applaud Lawrence for having such a stringent criteria because the effects of missing school are cumulative and devastating for the student, family, school, and the entire community. Truancy is often referred to as the first step to a lifetime of problems and is correlated with school dropout, substance abuse, juvenile crime, and problems that stem into adulthood, including adult incarceration and unemployment. And truancy can also have financial implications, especially for public schools who receive federal funding based on attendance rates and enrollment. Although many communities nationwide lack effective truancy interventions, Douglas County is fortunate to have 2 programs dedicated to combating truancy. The first program we will discuss is Support Ed, and that is operated through the Center for Supportive Communities. Support Ed serves elementary and middle school students. However, if a student's truancy originates in middle school, then we will continue working with them in high school. The second program is the High School Truancy Prevention Program, operated through the O'Connell Children's Shelter. This program works with students whose truancy originates in high school. I will go ahead and discuss Support Ed, and then I will turn it over to Erin Harmon, who will discuss the high school program. Support Ed is a community diversion program available to all Douglas County elementary and middle school truant students and their families. We lead with compassion and respect while incorporating behavioral science, functional mentorship, and community collaboration to keep kids out of court and on a positive path towards success. We strongly believe that when truancy is the issue, the responsibility to change cannot be placed solely on the student, family, or the school, but rather it takes a village to successfully address. Therefore, we engage the entire community to identify students who aren't in school, to ensure they do not fall through the cracks, and we work as a village to bridge communication gaps among system providers and to identify needs, coordinate services, and implement interventions that support students and their families. We also view Support Ed as an upstream intervention for juvenile offenders. The research is clear. Prevention is the best intervention for severe and complex behavior such as juvenile crime. By addressing truancy and its related variables early in a child's life, we address some of the main precursors to juvenile crime. And although the Center for Supportive Communities is a new organization, Support Ed has a long history in Douglas County that stems back to its inception in 1977 as a volunteer mentoring program developed by juvenile court judge Mike Elwell. Judge Elwell realized that the offenders standing before him in court all shared a history of truancy, which prompted his development of a volunteer mentoring program for truant students. Shortly after, in 1979, Dr. Jan Sheldon, professor emeritus at the University of Kansas and my doctoral advisor, adapted the volunteer mentoring program into an undergraduate practicum course at KU, where it operated successfully for over 40 years as the Truancy Prevention and Diversion Program. Unfortunately, pandemic-related budget cuts and the retirement of Dr. Sheldon led to the university deciding to defund the program. And this prompted Madison and I to create the Center for Supportive Communities, through which the rebranded Support Ed program will continue to operate. And despite the many changes and obstacles the program endured over the past 45 years, we maintained our meaningful community partnerships, and we continue to develop new partnerships to help us advance our mission and provide the best possible services to the students and families with whom we work. So how do elementary and middle school students and families get involved in Support Ed? When a student meets the legal definition of truancy, the school sends a warning letter to the parents stating that continued failure to attend school will result in filing a truancy report. The school must obtain a certificate of mailing as proof that the parent was indeed notified. Then the school waits for the student's next unexcused absence. And if the student receives an unexcused absence, then the school completes a formal truancy report, and this is referred to as a 1006 form. And they send the 1006 form, the certificate of mailing, and the student's official attendance to the appropriate agency. If the student is under 13, the documents are sent to the Kansas Protection Report Center, also known as PRC, who then sends the documents to the local office of the Department for Children and Families. The local DCF workers investigate the truancy allegation and assess the family's need for other services. If DCF finds that the student is not attending school as required by law, then they explain and offer the Support Ed program to the family. And if the family shows interest in participating in Support Ed, they send the referral to the Support Ed program. For middle school students who are 13 or older, the school sends the documents to the district attorney's office, who then sends the referral to the Support Ed program. Now, once we receive a truancy referral, Ms. Kate Holman, Juvenile Services Officer at Douglas County Criminal Justice Services, meets with the family to explain the program, answer any questions, obtain consent, and complete paperwork and releases of information. Ms. Holman then assigns the student to a volunteer mentor. Our volunteer mentors are skilled individuals who serve as caring and stable adult role models for Support Ed students and who work alongside the family and school in a collaborative effort. Support Ed mentors play a vital role in implementing the program's various components, all of which are evidence-based strategies shown to be effective in reducing truancy. And I will review each component in more detail. At the beginning of a student's program, a board-certified behavior analyst conducts 3 separate interviews, one with the student, one with the parent, and the other with a school representative to gain an understanding of the interrelated variables impacting the student's attendance. The assessment also provides a wonderful opportunity for us to really get to know the families and schools with whom we work and to better understand their culture, their values, their goals, and really what they want to see happen as a result of the students' participation in Support Ed. Using the information gathered from the assessment, the behavior analyst develops an individualized treatment plan for the student that addresses the root causes of truancy and that is also contextually fit for the family and school. All intervention components are evidence-based and grounded in behavioral principles, and some example components include contingency management, parent and teacher coaching, bullying prevention, anxiety management, establishing household rules and routines, behavioral skills training, and academic tutoring. Through our functional behavior assessment, we can identify any barriers to school attendance and needs of the family, such as bus passes or housing assistance. And Ms. Holman acts as a case manager to support our families in accessing needed resources and services to remove any barriers to school attendance and to ensure that all of our students have an equal opportunity to receive the education to which they are entitled. We also pair each student with a caring adult mentor who provides stability, encouragement, supervision, structure, and who helps counteract missed educational instruction and social and academic learning opportunities. Economic and social hardships impact many of our support ed families, and the result is a child forced to care for themselves and sometimes to care for their younger siblings. Support ed mentors help to fill this void while also advocating for the student's best interests. The mentor and student meet for an hour and a half each week to work on homework, catch up in school, solve problems, establish goals, build functional skills, and of course, engage in fun activities. The mentor also conducts a mental health check to ensure the student is mentally stable and engaging in healthy and safe behavior. Many support ed students struggle with their mental health. Some have suicidal ideations, some engage in self-injury, some resort to drug and alcohol use, and some are being abused or neglected. And it is absolutely essential that a trusted adult asks those tough questions so that we can intervene immediately and get the student the support and the help that they need. The mentor also collects the student's attendance and grades each week and communicates directly with the school and family about the student's progress and their behavior. We also graph the student's attendance weekly so that we can analyze their progress in the program and so that we can systematically determine if changes need to be made to the treatment plan or if additional supports need to be added. We also incorporate a reward system to reinforce school attendance. If we want behavior to increase, then we must reinforce that behavior when it occurs. And most importantly, we involve the family and the school in the entire process. Once the student maintains 0 unexcused absences for 3 consecutive weeks with the intervention in place, we begin gradually removing components of the intervention while continuing to monitor their attendance. Fading the intervention increases the likelihood that the student's progress will maintain once our program is removed. And if the student is able to maintain 0 unexcused absences during this fading process, then they will successfully exit the program. They get a gift card and a graduation certificate. However, if the student's unexcused absences remain stable or increase with our supports in place and with all barriers removed, then a truancy review hearing is held with the assistant district attorney to assess whether court backup is necessary. Fortunately, an analysis of final program outcomes since 2008 suggests that our program is successful for the majority of students who participate, and only a small percentage end up with court involvement. More importantly, our consumers are satisfied with our supportive services, and their happiness and progress is what keeps us motivated to continue doing this meaningful work. Of course, there's always room for growth and improvement, and we will continue to adapt our services according to new research findings and best practices. At this time, I will turn it over to Erin Harmon to discuss the high school truancy prevention program.
Thanks, Kelsey. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for having us this evening. We're here tonight to present to you information about our agency and our prevention services. specifically our high school truancy program, as well as our specialized case management program. Thank you. In November of 2021, two longstanding community agencies, the Children's Shelter, formerly known as the Shelter Incorporated, and the O'Connell Youth Shelter came together as the O'Connell Youth Ranch came together as the O'Connell Children's Shelter. Our services currently include residential programming. We serve 5 group homes, 3 that are located out on the O'Connell Youth Ranch property, as well as 2 others in Lawrence. We support almost 60 youth between those houses at any time. Our prevention services include the high school truancy prevention program, specialized case management, and intensive family services. Intensive family services is a family-centered case management program for families in Douglas County, as well as contingent counties. We partner with the Department of Children and Family to provide support to those families in their home to prevent court involvement and their youth coming into DCF custody. Finally, we also have our family foster care program, where we support family foster homes and families who wish to not only foster, but also adopt youth that are in care. I'm not sure who's doing, okay. Today we're here though to focus on our prevention program, specifically the high school truancy program and specialized case management. Our high school truancy program is available to youth in grades 9 through 12 who attend a Douglas County high school. That includes Lawrence High and Free State High School as our main contributors, but also USD 497 high school alternatives, such as the day detention school, our secondary therapeutic classroom, and our college and career academy. Additionally, we also serve Eudora High School, Baldwin High School, and Perry LeCompton High School for those youth who live in the Douglas County area. We provide case management support to those youth to identify barriers for attendance. As Kelsey said, we see the same sorts of barriers with high school aged: transportation, mental health, physical health, and substance use, just to name a few. We work with them to problem solve for solutions to eliminate those barriers and get them back into school without court involvement and state custody. Our specialized case management program is available to children and family residing in Douglas County. They are ages from 5 to 18, so it's a greater age range than what just our high school truancy would do. They also receive a case manager providing family-centered, trauma-informed case management for at-risk youth to prevent them from system involvement. So let's break down our high school truancy program. There are actually 2 programs or 2 groups of youth within the high schools that we serve. The first one is our diversion program. We offer the diversion via the district attorney's office. These youth have met the truancy criteria and have had a formal filing, the DCF 1006 form, which was referred to earlier, and that has been completed by their high school and has been submitted to the district attorney's office for review. Upon reviewing by the district attorney's office, they are the ones that determine whether to offer a youth a diversion from court, to move forward with a state court case, or dismiss the filing altogether. If a diversion is offered to the youth, the assistant district attorney's office then sends it to me at the O'Connell Children's Shelter. Let's see. Sorry. We then take over from there and we schedule and conduct an informal status conference that includes the family, the school, our agency, and the DA's office, where we then offer our program to the families. Youth who participate in our program, they also are monitored their attendance and grades weekly. They attend regular meetings. After assessing them for their needs, we also create a goal achievement plan with the youth, and each one of these goal achievement plans, whether they're in truancy or specialized case management, are individualized to the family themselves. Let's see. Every 60 days, those youth in our diversion program, then our case managers submit a report updating the district attorney's office with their attendance, their grades, and what we're working on. If there's no improvement in attendance at that time, we do have the option of filing a truancy diversion violation, sending it back to the district attorney's office for possible court involvement. However, we do see more often than not successful completion of our program. And that would be youth who complete one full semester, so 2 consecutive quarters with no unexcused absences. The other group of students that we work with are students who are under court supervision. So those are high school youth who have open sync truancy cases and are court ordered to participate in our program. We run that program identical to the diversion program. So all of the program requirements, everything we do with those youth are the same, as well as the completion criteria. The only major differences between them is that we do, instead of a 60-day report, we submit court reports to the courts prior to any court hearings that happen. And instead of a truancy diversion violation, if the youth violates their court order, then we do complete the contempt affidavit and send it over to the courts. But then we also support the family and the youth through the contempt proceedings, as well as attending the day detention school. In addition to our truancy program, we provide a specialized case management program to Douglas County families with at-risk youth. Our goal with this program is to work with families as early as possible to intervene and prevent them from ever coming into the attention of the state or the court systems. Referrals that we get from this program are received from various places, schools, law enforcement, mental health professionals, juvenile intake, and even self-referrals from word of mouth. We also have been and continue to be proactive in sending out information about this program annually to the schools in our community, as well as community partners. And we give presentations to community collaboration groups. For example, we are members of the CIT, the Crisis in Training, and we present annually to the law enforcement training on this program to give law enforcement officers this information to hand out to families that they see in the community that maybe have repeat calls to law enforcement and need additional support. We also partner with Engage Douglas County, the Human Services Coalition, the Douglas County Child Abuse Prevention Task Force, just to name a few, where we also present this information. Youth and families that are in this program also receive case management support. We complete an initial strengths and needs assessment with all families, as well as that same goal achievement plan with measurable goals. We also provide them with crisis intervention when they need it. We provide in-home support with licensed professionals who also complete additional assessments and connect the families to community resources and services. In 2020, we saw an increased truancy need with COVID and remote learning that has continued. Due to the increase in the truancy concern, we took action and met with the high school administrators and the district attorney's office to adjust our programming to intervene even earlier with high school youth identified as possibly being truant. Free State and Lawrence High partnered with us to refer any youth who received an initial truancy warning letter so that our case managers could reach out and offer the services to the families even sooner. Those students led to not having formal truancy filings. We served 177 families in 2021 with this early intervention. We also were able to identify families who had a higher need than just the truancy that brought them to us, and were able to intervene to support them and make the connection sooner. This slide shows our information since the program's inception in 2008. Douglas County has been our sole funding source since 2012, and we thank you greatly for that. The first column you'll see is we have served 485 youth since the inception in 2008. Out of those 485, 414 of those are successfully completed youth. That's an 85% success rate. The third column that you see is 58 total, what we consider to be unsuccessful completions, but those are youth that did not come into state custody. They were youth that went on to other service providers. They may have committed a juvenile offense and are being served by other probation officers or things like that, that they no longer qualify for our program, and they would be better served by those agencies. The final column you see is 10 unsuccessful completions that were removed into custody. However, with those 10 in 13 years, 7 of those 10 were placed into custody due to non-truancy related issues. So that was outside of our truancy program. Only 3 youth since 2008 have been in custody solely due to truancy. Overall, our program has seen less than 0.5% come into state custody with their participation in our program. This slide shows our most recent numbers from 2021. I will note that due to COVID and changes in schooling, we did see a dramatic increase in truancy at the high school level. In the past, prior to 2020, we served an average of 70 high school youth. However, we have continued to see an upward trend in 2022. We had 124 referrals in 2021 to our program. 105 of those were diversions and only 19 were court involved, showing that although referrals increased, court involvement did not. The last column is 43 active participants in 2021. 33 of those were successfully completed the program with a 77% success rate. I do want to note one of our greatest achievements in this is no youth in our program came into state custody in 2021. And that's an amazing situation considering the high number of truancy and COVID and all the things that our community has dealt with in recent years. This last slide just shows demographics for 2021. The first column is gender. The second column is broken down by age. The third column is referral source. I will note that Free State, the reason that number is so low on Free State High School is because the majority of their truancy referrals are in our specialized pre-truancy, so they were never formally filed on. The final column there is the 43 participants broken down, diversion versus court involvement. On a final note, I have prepared a packet of information for each commissioner. It includes copies of our high school truancy and specialized case management program information sheets that we provide to community members and our partners. I've also included flow charts on how each program works in more detail and a copy of our agency newsletter as of May 2022. I would like to thank our community partners for being present today, as we couldn't do any of this without them, but especially the commission for allowing us to present tonight and taking our program so seriously. We'd be happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Reed. Thank you everybody for that presentation. Sarah, I see that you're getting up and so you might be going to stop the screen share maybe, or if Jill's okay, great. Just thinking maybe that's happening remotely. Thank you all. Great, well, really appreciate the thorough presentation and all of the information about the evolution of these programs and recent data in particular. I'll go ahead and open this up to my fellow commissioners for any questions they may have before we open it up for public comment a bit.
This is Commissioner Portillo. I really appreciate all of the information about both of these programs. Thank you. I think the biggest, I don't know if it's a question, but I'd love to just hear more from both Kelsey and Aaron about, and potentially Pam as well, if she's still here, about why we do run these through criminal justice services and kind of thinking about criminal justice involvement rather than kind of thinking about, are these standing separate from that, trying to prevent criminal justice involvement for students, and what is the role of our local school districts, a bit more about the role of our local school districts in these programs.
I want to clear, yeah, and Pam. If you're present, you can be subpoenaedly. Do you want to answer the questions? I guess I want to clarify too, when both of the programs are currently, the O'Connell program is budgeted in community partners, so it's not budgeted under criminal justice services. I think it's just a referral source that often happens. So Lee, if you have anything you want to add.
Right. Hi, I'm Lee Hausman. Excuse me, I'm Pam's Assistant Director over Juvenile Programs.
I need you right into the microphone, Lee.
Okay,
Thank
sorry. Hello. Anyway, so the program, it's weird, I can hear myself. Anyway, so we took over the truancy portion of it years ago. SRS ran it, and then they dropped it, and then it went through KU, and so we partnered with KU. So what we're trying to do is keep these kids out of the deep end. So that's really how our department got involved into it.
You know, I'd welcome the shelter to sort of speak to the referral process and that engagement. Lee, she's probably going to need to speak right there. If you want to come sit here, Lee, you can, and that way, if there are questions, you're here available to answer them.
Hi, I'm Gina Meyer Hummel. I'm the Executive Director at O'Connell Children's Shelter. I was the former director at the Children's Shelter, so very familiar with this program. We have been involved in truancy prevention for years, as Aaron has said. And I think it's a great question, because I do think to have the criminal justice system involved is a little different. Having worked in state government and in the child welfare system across our state, the good news is we're doing something about truancy, because in other parts of our state, kids are coming into foster care because of truancy. So it's good to have this problem that we have lots of people working in this arena to help families. Part of why I think criminal justice is involved is because if we don't do anything, then the likelihood of these young people aging, growing up, and ending up in our criminal justice system is certainly a possibility. So I think we want to continue to have folks involved in this arena doing this work, because it ultimately saves children from the criminal justice system, from homelessness, from living on the street. So it's a good investment for our young people. I'm sure our school administrators who are here in the DA's office also could talk about how it saves them time and resources, and how it keeps families out of our court system. So it is definitely an upstream prevention initiative that's been largely funded by the county for many years. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
And so just to add a little bit more detail to that, I think a lot of our truant students, they're on a trajectory headed right into the juvenile justice system. If they are not already committing petty theft crimes or whatever you may have it, they don't have supervision. If they're not in school being educated, one can only wonder what they're doing when it's not a pandemic and when they're not at school during school hours. I think it presents a lot of opportunity for kids to be wandering the streets. There's a lot of research that shows that a lot of crime from juveniles does happen during the school day, which means that it's the students who are not in school who are committing those crimes. And I think, as I had mentioned previously already, that what we do when we work with truancy, yes, the referral comes specifically for truancy, but we are taking a comprehensive approach. So we are not just looking at school attendance, because you can't just look at school attendance to address truancy. You have to look at everything that's going on. You have to look at the family, you have to look at the school, you have to look at the community. And so that to me says that we're taking a comprehensive, multidimensional approach to make sure that this student, this child, or this youth and this family can stay in the community. They can get the resources that they need to be successful. And to be successful in life, you have to have an education, especially in our world today. You absolutely have to have an education. You have to be in school. You have to have those opportunities to build positive relationships and to engage in pro-social activities. I think education itself presents those opportunities. When a child's at school, they are able to develop relationships with positive and trusting adults, and that's a huge protective factor for students who are at risk for involvement in the juvenile justice system. When kids don't go to school and they simultaneously don't have the support they need at home, getting that in school, getting that support in school is absolutely essential. And if they aren't going to school, then they are missing out on way more than just academic instruction and learning opportunities. They are missing out on social opportunities, opportunities to develop relationships. They're missing out on exploring their different interests. Maybe they like art, but they're not there because they don't get to experience what it's like to sit in an art class. So there's a lot that goes into it, but I know we don't have much time, so I think that it's really just, it is an upstream intervention. And I think that it's a community issue, and so it has to be a county issue.
So I have some sort of technical and data questions, and some of them I'm not sure who to ask. So I'm glad so many of you are here. My first question is, and the timelines I know may be different, what is the average time that it takes from that 10066 filed until we get truancy diversion programs in place?
Way too long. I don't have an exact number for you, but sometimes our baseline data, which is from the first unexcused absence, the first start at meeting that truancy criteria, from that first unexcused absence to the time that they get on our program could be an entire year. So they could go an entire year without services in place. And we know if you don't intervene, the problem is just going to get worse and worse and worse. And the effects are going to get worse and worse and worse. And it's going to be even tougher to combat truancy once it's to that point. So it is a very delayed process, and that is definitely something that Madison and I are wanting to address once we kind of get started in this new role. And we need to figure it out because it is way too delayed.
And Dr. Dockman, do you have interpretations of why it takes so long?
I have a few. I think just the process in general. I mean, I went through that flow chart. It has to go through several different entities until it finally comes to us. I also think that a lot of truancy referrals are weeded out. And I think that rather than going from the Protection Reporting Center, then to DCF, then to us, I think because we already do our own investigation, that it should just come directly to us. I think that it's hard for an agency who's not responsible for the program to really portray the program accurately, to really get the family excited about what the program is and what they can gain from the program. So I have a feeling a lot of families, and I don't, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to track this, but it's definitely something that we would love to have information on. But the number of referrals that do get weeded out through the process, so that a family might say, you know, we're not really interested in that, because the reality is if they don't participate with us, then it's not 100% certain that they will go into court. It's very possible that they'll just be ignored, basically, in our system. So DCF, it might depend on their messaging. It might depend on the families saying, okay, well, if I'm not participating in this diversion program, I still have a chance to get out of this because the court still needs to go through their process. They need to do their investigation, and then we have to bring it into court. So I think there's a lot of competing contingencies involved in the truancy process.
Thanks, Kelsey. Her program does go a different route than our program does. And again, we have two of the assistant district attorneys here with us that oversee sync cases and truancy cases. So they can speak a little bit to their process. But I will say from a high school standpoint, we have kind of taken that portion out of the middle. So it goes directly from the high school to the district attorney's office. And I work really closely, as well as my case manager, with the DA's office to get this moving as quickly as possible. We are at the mercy, obviously, of the high school administrators who are in charge of the formal filing. However, we work diligently with them as well to always go through. They have actually a caseload listing of potentially truant kids at both Lawrence and Free State that they share with me, that we go through on probably at least a monthly basis. So we can really identify who are the highest needs and move them into either our specialized and call them and offer that program, or let's go ahead and get that 1006 filed over to the DA's office. And then I communicate with the district attorney's office on, hey, this is what I know about this family, and kind of give recommendations on that. That is also why we created the pre-truancy program within specialized case management in 2020, because it was taking up to a month and a half at least to have that status conference. So that initial meeting, and that just is logistics on time, staffing, things like that, and just the incredible number of referrals we had. So that being said, we jumped in and decided that it would be an even more preventative step for these families and to get to them sooner if our agency at O'Connell Children's Shelter took over the scheduling and the conduction of that meeting earlier. So that we put that in place on purpose for that.
So do you have an estimate? I mean, from the time that 1006, after that's filed, but what's the average amount of time? I mean, because kids already missed a number of days
Correct.
by then, and then how long does that take?
For our agency at this point, we're talking 2 weeks minimum. We have to give enough time for mailing and that kind of stuff, but that's 2 weeks or less.
And since you're here, you're showing, it looks like about 85% of students complete the program or graduate from the program. Do you have statistics on or do you have goals around what you would expect? Is 85? I mean, for school districts, 85% is not a graduation rate we're proud of, right? And so we're looking at trying to get, so if I'm looking at that population and seeing 85% of our kids graduate, that's not good. We want to see 92%, 93, 95%. Do you have numbers like that you're aiming for?
I think they kind of changed just because COVID and the type of schooling that was offered. So we are looking at obviously increasing that number this year. I think that with the help of the day detention school and the college and career academy, they have, those are both been very helpful and successful. I'm seeing more and more high school kids being accepted at the college and career academy, and those kids are getting off the program sooner. So that's going to increase the more kids that can go into alternative educations. We don't just focus on a high school diploma with our population. It is a matter of, you have to have an education. What does that look like for you? Is that the GED? Is that online school? My philosophy is I don't care how you get your education, you just have to have one. So does that mean we go to the College and Career Center? Does that mean we look into what alternatives are available to make this youth successful and meet them where they're at? So that is my goal, to continue to expand our programming and really get into the schools, because I feel like the pandemic kind of put a stop to it. But we would really like to have our case managers present in the schools, at least Lawrence and Free State, so that we can work in collaboration at least on a daily basis, if not several times a week at least.
Thanks. Commissioner Reed, this is Commissioner Kelly. Do you have any questions? I have one more question, but I think it's for Sarah, but I wanted to give you space.
I appreciate that. It's Commissioner Reed here. I think y'all have covered some of my questions and the answers covered a bit. I just wanted to inquire with the support ed program, that is, you're receiving referrals and working with students in all districts across the county, is that right? And then will you all talk to me about how the state laws impact private schools and whether or not those statutes apply, and if you have any ongoing relationships or frequency of referrals from any of the private schools throughout our county?
Yes, so again, our program has been in place in different forms under different names for about 45 years. Originally, we had a system in place where we would check in with the private schools every month, and I think we maybe served one student from Corpus Christi in the whole 45 years that we have been in place. This is likely because the laws are different for private schools. They have internally different ways of dealing with truancy. I think that a lot of the times the risk factors and the same sort of barriers that are present for public school students might not be present for private school students. And that is just kind of a known fact for a difference between public and private schools. What I've learned from my 8 years working on the program is that a lot of private schools have their own way of dealing with truancy, and they don't really want an outside diversion program coming in and working or taking referrals from them. We've always been available. We've contacted them monthly saying, we're here for you. We just want to make sure if you need anything, we can assign a mentor. So we do check-ins, but at the same time, when you have to balance that with resources going to kids who are actually on our program, it is tough to continue making those phone calls when we really never get referrals from them. We would be happy to accept referrals from them. I would love to expand the reach of our services. We're always into expanding, but that would have to be a conversation, and it would have to be kind of both sides wanting to do that as well.
Thank you. Well, I guess I have a follow-up question to that, but first I'm also curious for the high school truancy program. I mean, I heard mention of, the alternative school program. I'm going to guess maybe the virtual school program is included with that with USD 497. Are any of the private high schools somewhere that you get referrals from, or would that only route to you if it reached the court or a juvenile criminal case that is filed otherwise?
Our programming is very similar to the supported ed, where we take referrals directly from the district attorney's office for that program. So they would have to file the formal truancy filings in order to get to us. That's kind of why we don't see a lot of numbers, I will say, like from Eudora High School. They also, because each school district is allowed to determine what is an unexcused absence, we fall to that. So if they don't consider things to be an unexcused absences, like a lot of the private high schools don't, then they haven't violated the law. So therefore, we don't see those kinds of referrals. However, in our specialized case management outside of any truancy realm, we would also be more than willing to take on any age and any referrals, but those would have to be from the school directly to us or the family themselves as a self-referral.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And kind of a good segue to, I think my final question is just wanting to hear thoughts from both programs about the differences in policies amongst the main school districts, and maybe that's too nuanced. Maybe it varies a lot by building. I know that the support ed's presentation pointed out the USD 497's policy in particular, and just curious how much continuity there is, or if there isn't, amongst district policies, and what you all see your role as in terms of trying to inform those policies.
I love the idea of getting continuity across school districts. That is huge. That is essential. We have to be doing that. And we always wonder, why aren't they looking at each other's student handbooks? All the information is here. They could collaborate. It would be a wonderful, wonderful thing. I will say they don't differ too much. So I believe it could be a half hour to an hour. And I will say that it changes. It changes a lot. Every year, we always have to read the student handbook because there could be a slight change in how they're defining truancy, what they are viewing as a valid excuse, especially with COVID. There were a lot of changes made, especially with a lot of staff turnover. There are a lot of changes made, lost information. So I think to answer your question, we need to be collaborating across districts. I think it would help everyone out to be able to have the same criteria. I have a feeling that each community operates on different contingencies, so there might be a good reason for why the policies are different across communities. I don't know how much they differ in a single county. I mean, I know if we're comparing Alaska to Kansas, obviously there's going to be a lot of differences, right, in the truancy referral process and what they are counting as an absence. But I absolutely agree with you that we need to be consistent, especially because truancy definitions differ. We can't really get a great national prevalence rate because all the data are being measured differently across states and within states across school boards. So it's really hard for me to present a single statistic to say these are the number of kids who are truant each year, because it's really tough to have a consistent way of measuring that.
Got
We
it.
totally
Thank you.
agree with this. Kelsey, that's the same situation that we see at the high school level. One of the things that, at least in USD 497, we've been working so hard on this past school year is getting the two high schools on the same page. So they all follow the same process and the same 3-5-7 rule as we described, but how they handle truancy in their schools is different. So, and when they file the formal truancy paperwork has been drastically different for years. I think in the last probably semester, this past spring semester, I've seen some really great collaboration between the administrations to get on the same page as to how many, when do we file, what, even though we have this rule, like who needs to come into, these programs, things like that. And they've really started to get on the same page just in the last semester. So we're hopeful for that.
If I can kind of jump in, and I'm a little, I just want to throw this out, I think is a possibility in this conversation around school district coordination. Pre-COVID, we worked with superintendents and had a quarterly meeting of superintendents throughout Douglas County and really working on the RAP program and consistent programming around RAP. I really feel like that work set us up well for COVID and Unified Command, and working with the education branch inside Unified Command, working together on various things, including gating criteria and mask policies. That is something that potentially, as these programs, as we're kind of re-examining particularly how support ed's engagement in our community, it's something that county has called superintendents together to sort of, and bring, partners to a table to sort of have a few more conversations about, is there some room here? Obviously, everybody has their own independent jurisdiction to be able to do what they need to do, what's best for their district. But it is helpful to get everybody around a table to have some of those conversations. So I think that's something we could look to do if that's kind of where the commission wants to go.
This is Commissioner Reed. Thanks, Sarah. I really appreciate you jumping in there and think that is a space we can, it's a piece of this conversation that I think is important and just feels sort of like a natural time to help lead in convening that and see how it's going for everybody, right? And I feel like that's a little bit of what this conversation is. and wanting to hear from schools about that, I think, is important. I don't have any other questions for you all right now. So Commissioner Kelly, I'll throw it back to you. That I do just want to point out, I see that I see Kate Holman on the screen, and I think Pam Weegen is there also. So before we wrap up questions and go on to public comment, I just want to make sure that either of them provide any further information or insight to us before public comment. So I'll just leave that as an open invitation and kick it back to you, Commissioner Kelly.
Yeah, my question is maybe a little bit around history and why. It seems, I'm just curious why we have two programs. You know, these are kids who may be truant, and nothing to my knowledge, I've been an educator for a little while, you know, what magical happens between middle school and high school. And Sarah, do you have some history on, I mean, let me be clear. There are things that happen between middle school and high school, but Sarah, do you have any perspective on why we do two different programs?
You know, I do wish Pam was here to really give us that piece of the history. I don't, Kelsey, Dr. Dockman may know a little bit more about it.
I do. So I was lucky enough for my master's thesis. I went back and I compiled about, let's see, 10, 12 years of truancy data. And I was able to read through every report to get that data, to calculate it. And so I came across history, and I also, of course, still communicate quite frequently with Dr. Jan Sheldon. And from my understanding and from what Dr. Jan Sheldon has shared with me, and I believe Pam, this would be her understanding as well. And I believe it was in 2012, 2013, we received our program, the KU Truancy Prevention and Diversion Program. We received an overwhelming number of referrals. So that plus students who were 15, almost 16, we were throwing our resources into them, and they were telling us we're dropping out. When the second they turn 16, they plan to drop out of school. So we decided that one, we have so many truancy referrals, and because we are limited to one practicum course, about 10 to 15 practicum students would enroll every year, we needed help. We needed people to come in, and we also thought because of that, we probably shouldn't be pouring our limited resources into a student who is going to drop out of school in a few months. Let's focus on the students who really want to be in school, or maybe don't know that they want to be in school, but who we can really have a meaningful and impactful change. So those were the two reasons. I believe a meeting was held with the county, with the shelter. I'm not entirely sure how the shelter became involved, maybe because they were doing truancy before 2012, 2013. But that is the understanding that I have, that is really why we split off, and we were only doing elementary and middle school, because it would be too hard to cut it off. You know, if they were sophomores, juniors, or seniors, then the shelter would take them. But so I think it was just easier to say, you'll do high school and we'll do elementary and middle school. But that is my understanding.
Yes, our original director, founding director, Judy Coley, she actually was partnered with Pam and Douglas County Youth Services at that time with juvenile intake. And between Dr. Sheldon and everyone, they kind of came to the table and said, hey, you guys are already doing pre-filing diversions on juvenile offenders and things like that. And we already had specialized case management where we were seeing some truancy kids. So they just all partnered together along with the district attorney's office at that time to expand our prevention programs. And all of us work in tandem to hit as many youth as we could.
I don't have any more questions, Commissioner Reed.
Great, thanks. Okay, if we have no further questions from commissioners, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Sarah, anybody there in the courthouse?
Is there any public comment on this item in the courthouse? I'm not seeing any in the courthouse, and I'm not seeing any hands raised online.
Okay, no hands raised virtually or otherwise. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring this back for any further discussion amongst commissioners. I will just say that I really appreciate the depth of this conversation and a more full understanding of how these programs have come to be and how they're functioning. It sounds to me like there's been a history of collaboration and work amongst partners. There's also some room for improvement and stronger connections and a bit more continuity perhaps about how the different practices of the programs as well as just the referral processes themselves, which some of it is statutorily controlled, administratively controlled, and as we heard tonight, have some differences. So just appreciate the candor of the conversation and understanding of some of the issues or barriers we might need to work on countywide, and just appreciate everybody's time and effort into this presentation. And I'll kick it over to fellow commissioners for any comments.
So I'm really pleased to have a truancy prevention program. Let's start with that because many counties don't, and appreciate the work that's being done in this space. I also think there's room for more collaboration, and I think the time limit is a big concern of mine. And as I talk to principals, that's their concern, is that oftentimes by the time we offer the program to students or to families, that student is long gone because the system is slow to respond. And I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get to hear from school district folks tonight. I don't know if they were available and just couldn't be here, or I think that type of collaboration is really critical, whether it's with the building site councils or with the administrators themselves. But I think there's opportunities to engage there so we can understand how families see this program, whether they feel like, 85% sounds good, but what recommendations do they have so we can get to 95%? And I just think more collaboration. I like your idea, Sarah, maybe kicking it to the superintendents. I think, we just need to learn more about why each district, each school, and quite honestly, each school administrator has some students are individuals, and so are their families. And so they have some leeway on how they address truancy. There's some challenges for them with excused absences as well as unexcused absences versus excused absences is a tricky thing. And so sometimes we have students who are functionally truant, but they're all excused absences. And so there's just more discussion to be had. And I just want to make sure that having two agencies have those conversations, I just want to think that through and make sure that that's the smartest way to operate. Because if we're struggling to get two high schools to work together, or school districts, private schools and all that, maybe it's probably possible, but it's just something to think about.
Commissioner Kelly, if I could interject. Yeah, I just want to be clear. When Pam and I discussed having this presentation, we didn't invite school districts. So it's not like so that's on us for not inviting them to the table for the conversation. And I think I think this is the first conversation, not the last. I think we need to have additional conversations about how this works and a variety of things. We've talked about having a similar presentation to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, because I don't think folks really understand how all of these things relate. And if we want to talk about working upstream, how do we do that? How do we get engaged in those types of programs and successes? It does sound like it's, when the program split, it was really about a capacity issue with the KU based program. Now that that's not the case, perhaps, I think there's some conversations about how does that work? How do we make sure that we're all working together seamlessly, really for the betterment of the child. So I think this is all really helpful for us as we move into budget and we move into additional conversations on this topic. So, we certainly can look to invite superintendents to the table.
Great. Well, Commissioner Portillo, do you have any further comments you'd like to add? This is an item with no action. Just want to mention that since I don't think we did at the top of the item.
No, I do just want to say thank you for both of those presentations. I appreciate the focus on prevention and hearing more about the programs that are available throughout the county. I agree with Commissioner Kelly. It does seem like there is space for more collaboration, and I like the plan of getting superintendents involved and how we can hear more throughout the districts, but then how do we hear more about coordinating between these two programs? Sounds like there has been some historical divides, but maybe as we're working towards something more streamlined in the future. Thank you.
Great, this is Commissioner Reed again. Thank you everybody for joining us and for the conversation. We appreciate your work, and we'll talk to you again soon. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and move on to our next regular agenda item, which is a presentation about our Housing Stabilization Collaborative and Landlord Engagement annual update. Jill, I see you unmuted and ready to roll, so I'll let you kick us off.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm just going to real briefly introduce our guests today and the topic. We came to Marielle and Gabby Sprague came to meet with the commission almost a year ago and provided an update on their efforts on the Housing Stabilization Collaborative, which Gabby leads, and the Landlord Liaison program that Marielle leads. We're back. They're back today to give you an update on efforts to date. And we're really excited to have them share some of those efforts to date, progress, challenges, opportunities, and also just kind of some thinking around issues that have come to the commission in the past month or two around tenant right to counsel and the way the initiatives that Gabby and Marielle lead, how they're thinking about that and how community partners are thinking about that as well. But for starters, let's talk about progress to date on Housing Stabilization Collaborative and the Landlord Liaison program. And I'm going to just hand it over to Gabby and Marielle. I know they have a PowerPoint presentation and they're going to run the show.
Yeah, Jill really said what we were going to talk about today. So progress and challenges and potential opportunities. But yeah, so my name's Gabby Sprague. For those of you who don't know that are in the audience, I'm the Human Services Program Manager. Recently started at Douglas County to bring the Housing Stabilization Collaborative, more additional support at the county level and continue the program. So let me share my screen here. And along with me is Maria Ferrero. As Jill said, she's the Landlord Liaison over at Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. And at her point in the presentation, I'll let her introduce herself. Just kind of an overhead of what we've been doing over the past year before I let Maria launch into landlord engagement in particular. So we have a landlord engagement piece at the LDCHA. We have the Rent Utility Assistance Program that Jill mentioned. This includes direct assistance to tenants and also incentive funding to nonprofits. For every application that a nonprofit processes, they receive a $250 stipend. That may or may not change here in the next coming months. We haven't had the funding to do that portion of things yet, but hopefully with potential ARPA funding, that might be a possibility in the future. We also started a landlord-tenant mediation pilot project. It's currently getting underway, and we're putting out marketing materials into the community soon to continue that program. We're engaging an organization called Building Peace that I think Douglas County is relatively familiar with. And we're looking for that to be another opportunity to prevent eviction here in this community. We've also been doing a rental availability list. Many of the partners that contribute to the Rent Utility Assistance Program also contribute to our availability list where we call landlords on a monthly basis. We had our first in-person meeting where we all got together and made calls together this last week, which is really great and productive. So looking forward to how that continues as well. But I'll let Marielle talk in general or specifically about the landlord engagement piece.
Thank you, Gabby. And as both Jill and Gabby mentioned, my name is Mariel Ferredo. I am the landlord liaison for Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority, and have been in this position and working in this new space for about a year now. And so it's been very interesting and exciting to see how we can sort of go back and re-engage and start having this conversation around how we as social service agencies interact with landlords and how rental assistance and vouchers are utilized in our community and the reactions we get from landlords and working with them. And so I'll go over the main programming that I run, which is the Landlord Risk Reduction Fund. And this is combined funding from our ESG and HUD emergency housing voucher funding. So we received funding from both pools to engage landlords and financially incentivize them and also provide additional support with partnering social service agencies to help encourage landlords to reduce barriers, mainly screening criteria, when looking to house specifically homeless or folks at risk of homelessness. And so far, since we began that programming and really kicked off in the fall of last year, we've been able to incentivize 26 households and their landlords through the incentive. That is about $46,000 and is increasing, and we will have that money fully obligated and spent by the end of the year. And so that incentive funding looks like bonuses for leasing with this particular group of folks, and that comes from either rapid rehousing referrals or from the housing authorities transitional vouchers or emergency housing vouchers. So specifically working with homeless populations to ensure that they're housed. They also receive full case management during the duration of their lease. So that's where the partnering agencies come in, and we ensure that there are check-ins, that there are sustainability plans for housing, and that those folks who are specifically in the transitional housing vouchers have a 2-year period to be in that voucher and then move on to one of our regular HUD funded vouchers. So in utilizing this fund, we were able to lease quite a few families with that and really kind of help chip away at the homelessness issue that we really have in our county. Additionally, it has opened up the opportunity to start building relationships with landlords. Here at LDCHA, we do have a lot of returning landlords who have worked with our program for years, who are very fond of the program and understand that they're essentially getting a rent check guaranteed every month. But we've also been adding new landlords and property managers, new units in, and fully engaging them and explaining our process, specifically destigmatizing a lot of the misinformation that goes around in the community about what a voucher household looks like, and the potential risks, which really are not are almost zero in comparison to your typical tenant. So that has been a really big and wonderful proponent of this fund, as we've been able to not only engage but provide that little extra cushion and support. I'm also on call for these landlords if they are experiencing any issues, if they have any questions, even if they're prepared to issue a lease violation, they're in communication with me. I go directly to that tenant's case manager, and we work on a plan to ensure that that lease violation does not happen, and really on the forefront of eviction prevention. So there is a team that is working to ensure that these folks who are either at risk or experiencing homelessness are housed sustainably. So with all of that good does come some challenges with it. And I've outlined 3 of the major challenges that I've experienced when engaging landlords. The first being supporting folks with additional barriers versus housing in the private housing market. So what we've learned from homelessness assessment, things like that, is we have this cycle of homelessness where if folks are housed in place and then not given adequate services, or they're not placed in the correct type of housing, whether that be more supportive housing, all the way to just private by themselves, housing, the private sector, that we're kind of missing that by not having different levels of housing support. So we, for example, would see maybe a person that's leaving chronic homelessness and being housed in place with a private landlord, not receiving enough case management or not receiving the supportive services they need, and they're not in the environment that's going to be successful for them. We currently do not have any options, or we have very, very few options for that type of really intensive supportive housing. We desperately need that. So that's been one of the big challenges. It's trying to navigate that and also not put the landlord in the position where they have to become the case manager. They have to be on call when that individual is experiencing crisis and needs support. Another challenge we have been experiencing, I think, for years is just larger landlords, mainly those who own apartment complexes, things like that. They're not community members and are not, those private landlords are not accepting vouchers. So source of income is not a protected class, meaning that you do not have to take a voucher or rental assistance as a landlord. And so I would even say in the last 3 months, we have had several apartment complexes come to us and say, we do not want to accept vouchers anymore, or we do not accept vouchers. And that has caused a real issue because of these larger property management or landlords, if you will, having that kind of authority to just say no and not really give us a lot of reasoning. It displaces all of the folks who are in that housing by potentially issuing a non-renewal because they won't accept that subsidy payment anymore. Or we're not even given that opportunity and access to that housing stock because they won't accept vouchers. And so now we're relying on these smaller landlords that maybe only have a couple of units, and we're really put in a predicament where we do not have adequate housing stock. So second big issue. The final challenge, of course, is just lack of housing stock, needing more housing to fully encompass the community and that needs that support. So those are the challenges we've been experiencing. We have been, however, working really hard through the HSC Landlord Engagement and then over here at the Housing Authority with how can we start engaging landlords, talking to landlords on a deeper level and involving them in the process of affordable housing and supportive services, and really coming together as a community to help in this housing crisis we're experiencing. So the first opportunity that we have is I'd like to announce and formally invite all commissioners and interested folks to LDCHA's first Landlord Symposium, which will be Thursday, July 28th. I will have more information on that soon, and we'll be sending out and marketing that intensely in the next few weeks. But at that Landlord Symposium, our goal is to take landlords through the entire process and show how quick and easy it is to become a landlord that accepts vouchers, how easy it is to get payment in, and the continued support that they wouldn't get otherwise because they don't have any other agencies if it's a non-voucher tenant. So we will be answering questions on inspections. We'll be kind of looking at that stigma of what a voucher recipient is and dispelling a lot of myths and really trying to be supportive on getting landlords to sign up. And we will continue that in the upcoming years with more onboarding processes and making sure that a landlord knows exactly what the process is, who to call if they have any issues, and how we can be supportive in that landlord-tenant relationship. The second opportunity we are intending on creating is a landlord advisory group. So getting landlords, social service agencies, and LDCHA together to kind of talk about what are the barriers, what are the obstacles in the landlord-tenant relationship, what programming is out there, is that helpful, is the funding that's out there helpful and supportive to both parties, can we start leveling this playing field between the power dynamic of landlord and tenant that does exist, and being more supportive in the community towards affordable housing. And then finally, expanding the landlord incentive fund. So currently our funding is specifically for folks who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness per some of our grant requirements. But we're looking to expand that by requesting money. We've already received money through HSC through AHAB, and we're looking within our own agency to utilize some of our budget money for expanding that landlord incentive to our housing choice voucher recipients and to other community members who need support and need that conversation connection with the landlord by giving them that additional money. It also provides some damage mitigation funding, as does our landlord risk reduction funding right now, to ensure that that landlord's investment is being taken care of. And if there is any damage to the property, that we are supported in making sure we're on the prevention side of eviction by covering as much damage if that happens with our funding. So that's kind of a general cap of what the landlord engagement has been like so far. And I will hand it back over to Gabby to finish up the presentation.
Thank you, Marielle. And I want to speak to the Rent and Utility Assistance Program that we've been doing for quite a while. I came on in March of 21, so I only have numbers through that point through now, but we've paid about 191 landlords in Douglas County community on behalf of 507 households. This helped the HSC help prevent homelessness for each of these households by paying for an outstanding balance. Eviction proceedings were avoided or balances taken care of to alleviate any barriers in finding new housing. Households are also better able to stabilize. Part of the program is getting them connected with a community partner that can then continue to work with them. We've also been connecting people to the Kansas Emergency Rental Assistance Program, and we've had quite a bit of success doing that. It's been difficult trying to navigate both programs at the same time, but we've done our best, and I think we've supported quite a few more households than what is represented in these numbers here as well. Along with the successes of the program have come challenges. Really, three challenges kind of stick out to me. Evictions are still happening. This is meant to be an eviction prevention program, but evictions are still occurring. And I wanted to jump forward here and show the demographic information. I have the Zoom stuff on my screen, but I'm assuming you can see the top of this as well. But we can see that the total funding dispersed was 600,000 here. Total number of households is the 520. Again, it's like 5007. It's like 13 duplicate households, I'm pretty sure. But if you look here, the percentages for BIPOC populations are greater than they are represented in the population. Similarly with Latinx populations as well. A shout out to and a huge thank you to Centro Hispano for working so heavily with the HSC and with the Spanish speaking community in Douglas County. So yeah, let me go a little forward here too, to show the eviction numbers. Even though all this rental assistance has gone into our community, there are still evictions occurring. We only have numbers through 2022 through Q1, but they're looking to be pretty much on par with the last few years, as you can see here. I'm kind of looking mostly at that 302 annual cases per year, the default judgment uncontested. I'll speak more about the types of things, but a big problem is we're seeing evictions are still happening. And I want to backtrack here. The second problem that I see is racial and ethnic disparities for our homelessness population, and I'm deducing that our eviction population or people experiencing eviction is also seeing a similar disparity, and I'll kind of walk you through my thought process there. So through the KUCPPR study, we see that BIPOC folks are experiencing homelessness in our community at greater rates than white people. We also know about this cycle of chronic homelessness here, where people get housing, have a difficulty maintaining housing, get evicted, and then are back experiencing homelessness. We can kind of see this on the front end too, where BIPOC communities are receiving rental assistance and thus potentially in more precarious situations than people who aren't receiving rental assistance at a greater rate than they are represented in the population. We don't have specific numbers for racial and ethnic demographic information for those experiencing eviction in our own community. Moving forward, it's going to be very pertinent and important that we maintain relationships with the courts and continue to work with the court system. And I'm looking forward to how the Human Services Department in Douglas County can continue to work with the court system. But we do have some national data from an organization called Eviction Lab, who takes aggregate data from a bunch of different communities and kind of tries to make some assumptions based off of those. So of all defendants for whom we could predict gender, a slight majority, this is nationwide. Of all defendants for whom we could predict gender, a slight majority were women. I know that's the same here. Roughly 1/3 of filings were against Black defendants, 17 against Latinx defendants, and 44% against white defendants. As was true prior to the pandemic, Black renters, who account for like 22% of all renters in the areas we track, received a disproportionate share of eviction filings last year. Based off of the KUCPR study and seeing the disparities in our homelessness population and recognizing that that probably is representative of our eviction as well, I think looking at these national trends, we can make some deductions about our own communities here based off of the studies that have been done and national trends. So again, you can see that here when BIPOC communities are receiving rental assistance at a greater rate than they are represented in the populace. In addition to racial and ethnic disparities in our homelessness population and those experiencing eviction, there's also, Marielle spoke to this just a little bit, there's a cultural sort of, I don't know, like a predisposition to thinking that those who receive rental assistance and those who are on vouchers are, you know, there's a predisposition to folks receiving those supports. And I've seen this time and time again, just with anecdotally with landlords that I've engaged with. And then also I did come across this application question with one organization here in town that may or may not indicate an unwillingness to accept rental assistance or a barrier to people who have accepted rental assistance in the past. This question just asks, like, have you received CARE funds, or have you worked with Lawrence Family Promise, Lawrence Housing Authority, Spurt Nash, et cetera? I don't necessarily know the intent behind asking this question in the application process, but it could potentially be a barrier. And I think that the predispositions towards rental assistance and these programs are prevalent in our community as well. So those are kind of the challenges. And I wanted to talk a little bit about a potential, I think that the rental assistance program is great. I think that the landlord engagement is great, and we're going to continue doing those things and doing them well. But I did want to talk about another potential eviction prevention tool that in my studies and in my work I've come across quite a bit, which is tenant representation programming, or full representation provided to tenants in cases of eviction. It's been proven, let me back up a little bit. I've been speaking a lot with a John Pollock of the National Coalition for Civic Right to Counsel, which is an organization that just brings together data from various communities that provide indigent defense to folks. One of the things that they track is indigent defense in cases of evictions, and you can see some of the proven effectiveness in communities that have established this. So in Oklahoma, they found that legal representation increased the odds of unit retention by 75%. In Massachusetts, 90% of cases closed resulted in positive outcomes, with 70% of tenants remaining in their homes and 20% having more time to find a place to live. In California, those who received legal representation stayed in their units 3 times as often. When tenants did have to move, they were given twice as long to do so. Minnesota received twice as long to move if necessary and were 4 times less likely to use a homeless shelter than those without counsel. As we know, doing prevention work on the forefront is much more cost effective than doing emergency services when a person is already experiencing homelessness. A study found in Denver, Colorado, that tenants remain in their homes 70 to 100% of the time when they had legal representation, as opposed to 32% of unrepresented tenants. And the overall item here with Stout LLC, I'll talk about a little bit in the next slide here. So there are just some more community examples in Newark, New Jersey, that they reported that 33% of represented cases have been dismissed, while another 23% have been settled. I did have some notes here too that provided more. Oh, I got them here. 1 second. Sorry, y'all. I also wanted to note that in New York, which is not a community represented here or shown here, they saw a 30% decrease in filings, in eviction filings overall after 6 years. San Francisco saw a 10% decrease in 1 year. There's also 12 communities that have established programs in the last 2 years, particularly using community development block grant, COVID dollars, and fiscal recovery funds, otherwise known as ARPA funding. And I wanted to go through those. So there's Philadelphia, Boulder, I specifically highlighted. I know that the housing authority there is similar in scope than it is here, and our communities are somewhat similar in scope. Baltimore, Seattle, Louisville, Denver, Toledo, Minneapolis, Kansas City, Washington, Maryland, Connecticut. Looking towards the future when Boulder will be getting data for their program, they'll be looking at estimated number of individuals experiencing covered proceeding, number of individuals who receive legal representation, orders for possession filed in county court, writs of restitution issued in county court, and residential evictions conducted by the county sheriff, hopefully seeing a decrease as a result of this type of program. So there's also an economic justification, like I mentioned, like spending money on the forefront to prevent eviction is much more cost effective than doing emergency services or sheltering people in emergency. Stout is this organization who does financial analysis for municipalities and governments, and they've consistently found that a right to counsel leads to more than 90% of tenants avoiding disruptive displacement. Council saves millions more than it costs up front. For instance, in Philadelphia, they found that a $3.5 million investment in right to counsel would yield $45 million in savings. Not sure what those numbers would look like here, probably quite a bit less, but still savings regardless. As I've been saying, it costs much more as a community to provide emergency services than keeping people in their homes. I also think about the legal fairness in this. I'm thinking that many of the tenants here in town have a potential defense to eviction, but just don't have a way to defend themselves in court, not knowing how to do that, and it being quite a bureaucratic process. And as we know, law is extensive. A study found in Baltimore that 80% of tenants had a potential defense to eviction, but only 8% actually successfully did so without representation. And in another study that the National Coalition for Civic Rights and Counsel did of 28 different communities, they found that the average amount of landlords that had legal representation in court was 81%, while tenants only had a legal representation 3% of the time. I don't know what that looks like here, except for anecdotally, but I imagine it's very similar to the national trends of those 28 communities. I think that by providing legal representation for tenants, we're actually getting closer to what the law is meant to do, as opposed to having just a process that is no longer a due process anymore. Again, we've looked at these eviction numbers, and I think we can use that 302 annual cases per year to determine what this resource, if we were to provide it in this community, could look like. And I put together a little bit, but a small budget here. I've spoken with Kansas Holistic Defenders, which is already a partner of Douglas County, and Kansas Legal Services similarly, about being able to provide this service, and they are willing to have conversations. And we've talked about what the capacity of a lawyer would be. Kansas Legal Services gave me the estimate that they could potentially do 100 eviction cases. One lawyer could potentially do 100 eviction cases in a year, and then potentially 150 with the help of an advocate, or advocate and or a paralegal. I looked through the sort of advocate program that Partners for Justice, that partners with Kansas Holistic Defenders to do their advocates with, and got some numbers from them in case that were a possibility. So you're looking at those there, and then there's a little bit of an overhead for Partners for Justice as well. I think that this program would benefit from a program manager needing to do the outreach to make sure that our community knows about this resource existing, and also being able to do the reporting that I mentioned, like that Boulder's planning on to collecting in the future when their program fully gets going. We could also do this within AmeriCorps and the labor of my position, but it might not be as effective. And we would also need an hourly rate for folks not covered by agency lawyers. Sometimes there are situations where Kansas Legal Services or Kansas Holistic Defenders would not be able to defend someone in court if they were already if they were already defending them or working with them in a different court case. That total comes out to about $445,000, which is pretty hefty. But I have been looking at potential funding sources if this community were wanting to do this. So Kansas Homeless Coalition, aka the Kansas Continuum of Care, which provides all the funding to a lot of funding to HUD funded agencies. We'll have a notice of funding opportunity coming out soon. It hasn't been released yet, but we've been told any day. There's also home art funding through the Kansas Housing Resources Corporation, which is the Kansas State Organization for Housing. They did the CARE program, continue to do the CARE program. They're currently in the planning stages for this funding. They received, I can't remember what number they received off the top of my head, but it's a large number to do housing services here throughout Kansas. I was recently came across the JAG application, which is through Kansas government. So it's the Federal Edward J. Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. I put in a little bit there about what it could include, but one of those items is including indigent defense. I know that Douglas County in the past has gotten body cams for sheriffs. And I can't remember what else. There was one other thing too between the years of 2013 and 2016, but we haven't been a recipient of this funding as much since then. I also have thought about knowing that many of the communities that I've already mentioned are using COVID dollars. I also thought about amending the HSC ARPA request to consider a one-year pilot program for something like this. This would reallocate $445,000 of the HSC ARPA request and to include funding for a one-year pilot program for tenant legal representation. I think we have an opportunity with these one-time COVID dollars that could potentially be a possibility. I think that these other resources could be great, but they might not be as quick, which is totally fine as well. But I do think that recognizing that the federal government sees the value in the work like this and has encouraged communities to spend money on things like this, and that this federal money is a one-time thing, this could be a possibility. But that's pretty much it. And I can give it back to Jill or Shannon to open it back up for questions or discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Gabby. And I real quick wanted to, on that last slide, well, first, Gabby and Mario, you did a great job. Thank you so much. And I think you made a tremendous amount of progress in this last year. And I think, looking at that last slide, or sorry, the slide before that, Gabby, when we talked about this study session today with Gabby, we talked about, yes, looking at tenant right to counsel. It's been we've had public comment on it in the last couple months about making a recommendation to Douglas County that we should be considering this. I also know that, it's come up with HSC and Landlord Liaison, and that Gabby and Marielle have been studying it. So what we intended by presenting this potential budget is just so you knew what it would look like. We're not necessarily recommending that this is what the county should be doing, but more, this is what it would look like, and this is the potential, this is what the budget would look like, the implication. I think that, well, I know that, and I'll let Sarah talk more, offer more, because I don't want to speak for the county administrator's office, but we need a lot more guidance here. This is a big policy decision to have this sort of a program available. It would require a county resolution, and Gabby being Gabby has done a lot of research there as well. So we wanted you to just see what this number would look like and what the implications would be, so you have a lot more information to marinate on, so to speak.
Thanks for that, Jill. And yeah, I kind of want to put that in some context of sort of where we're at. Yeah, this is really just, trying to give the commission a more fleshed out idea of what this would look like and what the best practices tell us. However, as you know, you're going to get a packet for ARPA requests next week, and we're going to begin the process. We received over $90 million in proposals already from about 70 different projects. So competition for these dollars is tight. The direction the commission gave us was to be very cautious about programs that would require ongoing support. So I am reluctant to start a program that could be very successful, and then in a year or two, the money runs out. So I do think I'm a little kind of struggle. I think we have some potential for some flexibility through existing HSC funds and funds allocated to that. But I also don't want us to completely take away from the work that we're doing to provide rent and utility assistance. So I do think that's something that we could continue to work with Gabby and Marielle to figure out how we can work inside that program and what we could bring to the commissioners. That feels like, as Gabby said, the most immediate way to address this. Outside of that, you know, a project of this project and scope, like we would really want to, it really should come through the public budget process. And it's a little late for that. I'm almost done. So for proposals for the 2023 budget. So, you know, I think I'm interested in kind of commissioners' thoughts as to how we approach this. I don't think, you know, we can think about it and come back to this at a later time, perhaps with next week having conversations about ARPA over the next several weeks. That might lead to some additional conversations, but I don't want this to look like a budget request outside of the budget request process.
Commissioner Reed, thank you. Thanks for some of that context, Sarah and Jill, and thank you, Marielle and Gabby, for the extensive presentation and a really thorough update about the progress that's been made and some particular challenges that have been evident to you all through both programs of the past year. I'm deeply grateful for the work that both of you do and how you lead in our community to look for more connections and more meaningful relationships with both tenants and landlords and property managers and social service agencies, and recognize how necessary that collaboration and those relationships and open lines of communications are to providing adequate care and basic needs for our community members and doing effective prevention work. So just appreciate you both deeply for the kind of intentional leadership that I think you have and have led these conversations with our community partners locally. I'm going to go ahead and pitch it to the boardroom and ask fellow commissioners how many questions that they want to raise. I might have a question or two, but I'm going to yield to them first.
So, Commissioner Kelly, thanks for the presentation. Really, I echo Commissioner Reed's gratitude for your work on this. I have just a couple of quick questions, and we may not have answers for it, but as you're thinking about the number of landlords that you're working with, do you have any idea the percentage of landlords we're engaged with? I think the event sounds really good to get them more involved. Ariel, do you have any idea?
Do you mean the landlords that are currently involved in the LDCHA programming?
I'm just trying to get a sense of, you know, what the scope of our work is and what the impact of our work is. You know, I hear things in the community that more and more landlords are not based in this area or even overseas, and just want to make sure that, you know, if we have an impact, that's good, right? Let's be honest about that, but a deeper impact, you know, is better. And I just was curious about that.
This is Marielle, this is Commissioner Reed. Can I just want to add on to that? I appreciate that question a lot, Commissioner Kelly. Do you all have a list of the current rental licenses held in Lawrence, since that's the highest volume, but across cities that you're able to cross-reference who's engaging with the landlord liaison program versus who has a rental license locally?
So that is data that we're still in the process of collecting. We've reached out to the city, specifically code enforcement, who does regulate the rental licensing, and they have provided some aggregated data on the properties that are listed that have licensing. And so we're needing to narrow it down to figure out exactly how many of those properties and, you know, figure out the who owns them. So we're looking at that, and then comparative to our, you know, our list, which we can provide and would love to provide that information on our active landlords, and then looking at rental licensing, but I can say with confidence that we do have quite a few more with rental licensing out there in comparison to those who are on our program. We're also kind of unique in our community, and I think it's probably because of being in proximity to a university that we have a lot of smaller landlords. So a majority of those owning property that are with rental licensing are ones that own maybe 5 properties or less. And so those are really, in my experience, and those who are on the program that have those smaller properties have been great to work with, have been very communicative, and I've actually onboarded more of those smaller landlords onto our programming in the last year than maybe the larger property management companies. And Commissioner Kelly, just to kind of speak to your question about the folks out of town, we are seeing a shift in more, I can speak more to apartment complexes and those with, 30 units, 50 units, things like that, that are starting to change ownership pretty frequently. We kind of see this cycle where we would have a new outside company or investment firm purchase an apartment complex. They kind of want to change the culture is what is the language that I've been given, where they're like, we're not taking vouchers, we don't want government assistance, we're going to raise the rent because we're remodeling. And then they do that, we displace families, we don't have that access to those units anymore to actually house folks who are searching, which 40 households plus searching at a time, 400 plus on our wait list. It's 18 to 24 months of a wait list for a voucher. A lot of that has to do with what's circulating in the community. But we see that, and then we'll see a year later, they realize that they can't fill up, that they have a lot of vacant properties. And so they come back to us. And so we create this issue of sustainability, that we have this change in ownership so frequently, and that change in culture, that we're displacing folks, and it's just another issue, another layer of sustainable housing that doesn't get met because folks are being displaced due to non-renewals, due to that rent increase, due to not taking vouchers anymore. And so we're seeing a real problem, and it seems to be cyclical, which is not beneficial to us at all. If we want folks, and I will say voucher recipients do stay housed in place if they have the opportunity to. They are not movers. Most majority are single mother households that are wanting to stay in place, that are wanting to rent long term. That's one of the advantages of taking vouchers as a landlord, is you will have a long time tenant. So that's what we're running across, and Gabby and I will continue to collect that data and hopefully can provide a better scope of what that looks like as far as rental licensing versus what we have as far as landlords who are on the program and landlords who are accepting rental assistance.
Thanks.
This is Commissioner Portillo. I found this entire conversation incredibly interesting, particularly how we can get more landlords involved in accepting those vouchers. And Marielle, you mentioned very briefly kind of at the beginning that sources of income are not an area that we have as a protection. Is that something that we could look into locally? Is that something that would have to be done at the state level? Could you just provide us a bit more information there?
Sure. So on the municipal level, so at the city, there is a revamp or kind of a re-edit of Chapter 10, which is the anti-discrimination ordinance. And there has been talk and discussion about adding source of income as a protected class, and specifically naming rental assistance and vouchers as protection. Which, looking into that and the research that the Human Relations Commission has been doing, is not in violation of state statutes. State statutes are more geared towards rent control, where this is just merely saying your source of income, where you're getting that payment for your rent shall not be discriminated. So there is work on the municipal level looking into that. And the conversation around that also lies with, well, if we do that as a protected class, are we going to find retaliation with landlords by increasing their screening criteria, increasing the rent. And that is certainly a possibility, but I will say that in 2018, there was a landlord review group that was conducted by HUD on a national level to look at landlord engagement specifically. It was not an intention to look at source of income, but actually one of their findings was stating that communities that do have source of income protections did see an increase in landlord participation, and maybe saw a little bit of that, I'll call it retaliation at the forefront, but really finding that if you do kind of raise your rent or raise your criteria, you're also affecting the communities that and the individuals that don't need vouchers. And so you're kind of putting yourself in a position. And so what I would like to do, and specifically with the Housing Authority, is really provide education on the forefront and be that engaging agency to make sure that landlords do feel supported. So if something like that, which, you know, more accountability processes may come down the pike for landlords just due to the national conversation around housing, how can we also be supportive of that and make our process easy and make it known that, you know, it's kind of, to me, common sense to accept subsidy payment because it is guaranteed. So how can I work at that and have those conversations with landlords to see if we do have something like that coming down the pike, how can we also still be in collaboration with landlords?
I just want to add into just a little bit before we, you know, I know we have some public comment on this. You know, I think, you know, one of the things that we've talked about as staff on this, and I've had this conversation with the Housing Authority, and they have a budget request related to landlord liaison services that you'll see in a couple weeks. You know, it's this balance of both carrots and sticks. You know, how do we balance? And if our goal is homelessness prevention, which I believe is the goal of the HSC, you know, having lots of different tools in the tool belt as to how to approach it are good. I do, and that's where I think we need to kind of be in this place of like what works in this place to experiment with that. To that end, Jill and I have had conversations with Douglas County Legal Aid Society, which the county already funds through the law school. And there's, you know, some potential interest in perhaps having law students. You know, it would take a change in the program. So it's just very preliminary conversations. But, you know, I do think there's a lot of different opportunities as to how we could approach this issue. And so, you know, and experiment with small steps in this place to see how we could be effective, and see what we learn from that process, from like a fully fleshed out, well-rounded approach. So definitely more to come.
Ms. Commissioner Kelly, and I don't know that this needs an answer, but it just was something that occurred to me listening to the presentation, is that, you know, is there a way to use those incentive funds that we're providing for landlords to change some behaviors? And it may not be enough to change behaviors. And I think you have to be careful with, as Sarah calls it, carrots and sticks, right? I mean, you just have to be really cautious. But Gabby, to the language that you flagged in your presentation, you know, is there a way to use some of those incentives funds to say we'd like to review your applications, and if you're going to receive incentive funds, and it may be just we want to make you aware of how this may, you know, how this will impact potential tenants. And then the other one I get really concerned about is just non-renewals. You know, how we deal with non-renewals, because again, we're functionally evicting people, and I think that's, yeah, I just worry about increasing non-renewals with some of the sticks we're thinking of using, and I just want to be cautious of that, because that would just create another problem that we'd really not have a ton of response to. So if you have any thoughts on that, I'd be glad to take it. It's not really a question, just more thoughts.
I do think that with the incentive funding, it doesn't lie with me, it lies within the Housing Authority. And I do think there is some accountability measures or at least guidelines that landlords have to follow or should follow as a result of receiving those funds. So I will say that I don't know the ins and outs of that, and maybe Mario can speak to that a little bit. Insofar as non-renewals, I do think of it as a power imbalance between landlords and tenants. And I think that if we don't try to move the needle in one direction or the other, it'll just stay the same. So I think about, if there are evictions still happening outside of the non-renewals, I don't think the non-renewals are going to increase per se as a result of having this. I just think that we'll be able to catch folks, not during, the people that are getting evicted, through non-renewal process. And then, but if we have more non-renewals at one point, then the problem is more, it becomes more easier for us to navigate it at that point, knowing that that's more what's happening. And I think by building the infrastructure for programs like this, we'll be able to build more infrastructure to engage with that problem in the future.
At the risk of extending this I'm sorry.
No, you're
Go
fine.
ahead.
Just to speak on the incentive funding and what our attempt here is we provide this incentive funding at this juncture to get landlords on board. So our criteria around kind of discussing their process hasn't begun yet, but my goal is to establish those relationships, and we're doing that in time to start asking, why do you have this screening criteria, and why does it look like this? And really looking at the smaller landlords who maybe don't have like an algorithm application process that just automatically denies somebody, but really starting to ask those questions. And I have had conversations and really success. I can think of one landlord right now who just joined the program through the incentive program, who is very interested in helping folks who are experiencing homelessness. We talked about those screening criteria, and he's like, yeah, it makes sense that we shouldn't be asking something like that unless it has to do with, his opinion was if it's not inhibiting the safety and security of the community, why is it my business? And so, and it's, costly to run credit reports and do things like that. So those conversations are starting to generate. My biggest tool that I have in this position is to educate and to advocate, and really use that as a resource in this funding, is just kind of to get them in the door so I can start talking about why these programmings are important, why you as a landlord are just not a property owner, but you're now an invested community member because you're housing community members. So we're trying to shift this narrative away from the idea of, oh, this is just an extra investment property so I can, cushion my retirement or, get that other vacation home, but really like I'm investing in a community member by housing them. And so the idea, and it's slowly and incrementally and sometimes painfully conversating with folks about that idea. But I think in tandem with accountability practices, we can start moving that needle. And I would have to agree with Gabby personally, outside of my own position, that if we don't move that needle, it stays the same. And I am very fearful. I think non-renewals are the #1 way folks get displaced. And that is proven time and time again, because there is no regulation, there's no reason or rhyme. You can simply just not really displace folks. And we're seeing that with these larger apartment complexes, not accepting vouchers and non-renewing. And so my hope is that we start taking these steps and we start showing that landlords, you do have a stake in this conversation and you do need to show up. And we're offering you this, seat at the table, or however you want to call it, to be in these conversations rather than forcing you. I mean, that can also happen, but let's do this as a community, and be better and reduce the stigmatization of vouchers, change the conversation around, property ownership and landlords. But I want to be in collaboration, and I want to provide that education and be that resource, because that is my position. So that's my intention. I think the intention of this funding and continuing to have incentive funding, and then we can start really having those conversations about screening criteria, about where it comes from and why. But we have to be in partnership in order to do that.
I think in addition to that collaboration that we've just talked about, I think it's also an opportunity to be in collaboration with our friends and shared goals at the City of Lawrence related to homelessness prevention and affordable housing, and wonder if this is a topic, perhaps the Affordable Housing Advisory Board and or in our conversations with the city about our shared goal of sort of both affordable housing and preventing homelessness, that this should be added to that conversation as well.
That's Commissioner Reed. Yeah, I think that, well, you're both exactly right that we've got to move the needle, and that requires a variety of tools so that we can address different circumstances and issues sort of on this spectrum of homelessness, housing affordability, housing accessibility, and the sort of stigmas and misinformation that we have around all of those issues, and the folks experiencing those issues. So I think that I agree. I think about the non-renewals a lot and how it's just this frustrating, easy path to displace folks. And Commissioner Kelly, I hear your concerns about the potential for that increasing. That's one of those things that feels kind of insidious and like it's going to continue no matter what. But I think that to some degree, but I think that the liaison program and the education and advocacy that Marielle was just speaking to, and that is so embedded in her work in particular, it is where the potential sweet spot is for that, that it is a culture shift because there aren't really technical solutions to that particular issue. Like tenant right to counsel is, a somewhat technical issue to a complex, or technical solution to a complex issue. That the non-renewal issue is mostly one that is going to change through culture shift and conversations and stronger relationships and more opportunities for landlords and property owners to be engaged in these community-wide conversations and have a different framing of their investment in the community. So about tenant right to counsel, which is something that I've been thinking a lot about, and we've been having public comment, as has been mentioned in conversations. Sarah, I appreciate you bringing up that conversations have begun with Douglas County Legal Aid, because I think that they're particularly important and have a lot of potential as a resource in our community, especially for piloting a program and figuring out what the sort of nuts and bolts and logistics of that need is, along with the policy change and what future financial investment will really look like. I also, just in my work as a court advocate and dealing with lots of different civil legal issues and knowing the massive lack of civil legal resources that there are. I know that was such a tongue twister, but it was. There are only a few agencies, a few folks doing sort of advocacy-based civil legal work, and Kansas Legal Services is one of them. They're the only statewide nonprofit. Eviction and housing issues are part of the scope of their work, but it is one in a list of many, many things that they do. And so, and Douglas County Legal Aid has experience in our courts and with evictions or short-term legal issues, which is kind of ideal for legal students that are being supervised. And also, just to speak to the issue of the potential for conflicts of interest, I think having more than one resource for a tenant right to counsel program is going to be critical in our community, so that we are not relying on a singular resource with just a potentially short list of conflict. I think a couple of different partners or agencies coming together to figure out how to adequately fill the capacity could be an important strategy or a way for us to learn more about that. So, Kansas Legal Services, I know that they, in Shawnee County at least, which the Topeka office covers both Shawnee County and Douglas County, among others, that Shawnee County, like, they're providing or have provided direct outreach and on the spot legal support at those answer hearings that happen regularly within the courts. And that has been an important strategy. They had very specific funding related to that, I believe. I'm not sure if that has expired or not. And if it was, well, I believe that it was Shawnee County specific at least, but again, I would be interested to hear from them what kind of supports they relied on to deal with issues, conflict of interest issues in particular, and how to make sure that there's a process for all folks gaining access to counsel. So those are some of my thoughts about that, and I'm looking forward to continuing that conversation. I guess my question for you, Gabby, and your research is, with Kansas Legal Services and your conversations, did they give any indication about how many cases, eviction, I guess, applications for help with evictions that they receive, and how many that they have been able to provide support with? Just curious if they're even fielding those requests with any frequency, or if that's part of the issue, is a matter of, referrals and knowledge about the right to apply for legal services, just in the status quo that we're in.
Yeah, I would say there were, just anecdotally, the referral process takes too long. And by the time that we get to that point, the referral process just takes too long and it's not helpful. So I think having a resource that is here and available is going to be key. But no, I did not ask them to see how many calls that they were fielding, but I will make that ask of Casey Johnson, who's the partner person for KLS.
I think I appreciate that. I think it might just be helpful for us to look back on and be able to see how many referrals that they got either from community agencies or people self-applying prior to us being more intentional about some of these prevention efforts versus after. So I think all my other questions were addressed in previous comments, so we'll check back in with fellow commissioners and see if other questions have come up for them before public comment. Okay, all right, thanks. Thanks for the head nod, Sarah. We'll go ahead and open this up for public comment, and first double check if anybody is in the county courthouse that would like to provide in-person comments.
Yes, we do have a brief public comment. You got 3 minutes, Shannon, whatever you do.
Yep. Shannon Oury, I'm the executive director of the Housing Authority. I want to say two things. The first thing is we are caught betwixt in between two really hard issues. And the first is that everybody needs a safe, affordable place to live. And the second is the only way we can do that is that we have landlords participate. And so if we keep those two things in mind, I would ask that we be very careful about the sticks. The Housing Authority, we are really committed to this Landlord Liaison project. We are putting our own funding into this. We are really going to try to increase our pool of landlords, because we can have as many vouchers as we want. If I don't have a landlord to take them, they're worthless. We can't build our way out of this problem. There is not enough money anywhere to build the number of units we need. We currently have today 64 vouchers on the street and people cannot find a place to live. That's a lot of units we need that we don't have. I think HSC is one of the best things that this commission has done. I started having conversations about having a single point of rental assistance and utility assistance 10 years ago. And I just want to applaud you because I really, that program has been a game changer. Before would sit and see $500,000 shifted from that, I really would ask that one, you get a legal opinion about the law in Kansas and what the defenses to an eviction are. Because they're really, I mean, like Gabby says, by the time you get legal aid involved or anybody, the 3 days that the tenant has to pay the rent have elapsed. And there is no defense to failure to pay your rent. There is no defense. So the key slide she talked about is these other places said, if they have a defense, then they can prevent the eviction. So we need to really understand what are our defenses and what would be available. Because the last thing I would like to see is money shifted from HSC to legal advice that has no practical effect. Because you show up and, I mean, and full disclosure, I've done many of these eviction hearings when I practiced law. And I know exactly how they go, right? I mean, the lawyer doesn't have to prove anything really, but you didn't pay. Unless there's a technical failure, like they counted the days wrong or something like that, but that's going to be rare. So 2 things, I would recommend you get a legal opinion about whether, what kind of defense and how successful would they be. I think talking to Kansas Legal Services about, hey, how does that work? Because my guess is most of the cases they consider wins are ones that they go and they negotiate with the other attorney to say they'll get out by Friday if you'll drop the eviction, because that's what I did, right? I mean, and so I really, before we get too far into this, we really need to understand what our defenses are, because this program is only as good as our legal defenses.
I don't think we have anyone else in the courthouse for public comment on this item. We do have some folks online.
Yeah, I went ahead and I moved Jasmine Bates over. She was the first one to raise her hand. So Jasmine, you can go ahead and unmute and offer your public comment.
Hello, let me get my webcam uncovered. Hi, so I'm Jasmine Bates. I do work at Tenants to Homeowners, but I'm not here speaking on behalf of Tenants to Homeowners as an organization. I really appreciated all the discussion about HSC and Landlord Engagement. I really love those 2 programs and I think they're really great. And Marielle and Gabby are both doing like wonderful work for our community and I really appreciate it. I want to focus most of my comment on kind of that right to counsel stuff because I want to push back a little bit on some of these concerns about kind of spending money on it and taking money away from rent assistance or spending money on something that maybe won't have permanent funding going forward. Because I think right now we're putting a lot of money in this community into rent assistance, which is great. We need that money. People need rent assistance. Families are going to be recovering from the pandemic for a long time. There were people still recovering from the last recession, and now they're having to recover from this. But when people get evicted and we have to rehouse them, we just use more rent assistance money. So we need to be doing that legal intervention as well. And I think that we could see that, and I don't know, and I do think all of the calls for like, you know, information from lawyers and what the defenses could be and whether those could be effective is important. But if we're just throwing more dollars at a situation when what somebody needs is to not get evicted in the first place, we're going to increase our return on the investment that we already made in, you know, Gabby and Marielle's work and all the rent assistance money. So that's really my main thing. My only other thought is that, yes, non-renewals are functionally an eviction, but they don't show up on your record the same way. People in this community will not rent to you if you have an eviction. And you will never, you just may never be able to find a place to live again in Lawrence, and you might just have to move. So those are my things. I get a little bit, I'm like a little shaky because I'm a little emotional about this stuff because I have worked with HSC and with giving people rental assistance. And it's really frustrating to just see the barriers that they're up against and that throwing money at it isn't enough for landlords sometimes. And so we do need a little bit of, I wouldn't call right to counsel a stick. I would call it a power balancing, because right now the power is not very well balanced for our tenants, especially the ones who are low income and who are Black and brown and who don't know how to navigate the legal system. They don't even know that they need to show up to court. They don't know what to say, and they don't have the money to get the support. So yeah, that's the end of my public comment. Thank you everyone for all the work you're doing on this. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Vince. Vince, go ahead and unmute and offer your public comment.
Yeah, hi, my name is Vince Munoz. I'm a resident here in Lawrence, and I would just like to offer additional comments on right to counsel and my support for it, and basically just echo all the points that Jasmine just made. There's been lots of data given by Gabby and Marielle about the effectiveness in other communities. So I think the concern about the effectiveness of the defenses is kind of been answered in that data. But one thing that hasn't been noted is that Princeton University's eviction lab, which I mean was talked about for a different statistic, you know, the researchers at Eviction Lab have called evictions a scarlet E, because when they appear on your credit report, as Jasmine just said, it makes it harder to get housing in the future. And so it sort of creates this cycle of housing instability. And so once again, I mean, you know, we need to be spending more money on tenants rather than on landlords whenever possible. You know, one of the commissioners noted that lots of landlords don't even live here. So it would be great for us to spend money on actual residents of this county. And so that's why I think the commission should support a right to counsel for Douglas County residents.
Commissioners, our next public comment comes from Gabby Boyle. Gabby, I'm moving you over to the panel. Give me just a second. There she is. Go ahead, Gabby.
Hey everyone, my name is Gabby Boyle. I'm a community member, and I've also been working with the Human Relations Commission and Gabby and Marielle and some other folks here on source of income with the city of Lawrence. I also want to express my support for a right to counsel, you know, speaking to some of the concerns that commissioners have had and also what Vince and Jasmine shared. I'm really proud of the work that's already been done in the county to support the HSC, to support the Housing Authority and the landlord engagement efforts. But, you know, I wouldn't be here, we wouldn't be here if that was enough. There was a question about the number of rental licenses in Lawrence. For perspective, I do have some outdated data on landlords. It's from 2020. I would imagine the numbers haven't fluctuated that much. There are over 2,000 individual landlords here that maintain multiple properties. So that's quite a lot of landlords. We have quite a lot of renters, and the volume of landlords and renters means that you know, we need systems-based solutions beyond just rental assistance for an individual, beyond just incentivization for an individual landlord. You know, those are band-aids. They're not long-term solutions like that Jasmine shared. Oftentimes people who receive rental assistance are coming back for rental assistance later, or they may be evicted and then they have an eviction on their record and they're no longer able to find housing, regardless of how much we incentivize landlords to house them, right? And creating the infrastructure for right to counsel program in Douglas County is a way to kind of address the housing crisis at a systems level. You know, alongside the work that's being done in the HSC with assistance, alongside the landlord engagement efforts, alongside potential other protective policies like source of income, all of those could work together to create like the multifaceted kind of simultaneous holistic solution that we need to actually address housing in a meaningful way, in a long-term way. You know, I understand the hesitancy to fund a program that is new, that might not have sustainable funding like right out of the bat. But as Gabby mentioned, there are other sources for funding. I think that this county is a county that I'm proud to live in because we often try solutions that are creative or unprecedented for the area. And this is another example of one of those that can make a massive difference, again, on that systems level. Also, some of the concerns about if this could discourage landlords. I've read PDFs about housing policy like every day for the last year and a half. I'm by no means an expert, but I have never seen any research that says it discourages landlords from housing folks or increases non-renewals. You know, that's not to say that that couldn't be the case, but I do think that the effectiveness with the stats that Gabby shared kind of speaks to those concerns better than I could. So thank you for the work you're doing. That's the end of my public comment. I think this can make a huge difference.
I think that's our last public comment, commissioners.
Great, thanks, Jill.
We
I
got
think
one
you.
more. We got-
Oh, okay. We're still open.
I'm moving Mo over to the panel. Mo, go ahead and unmute and offer your public comment.
Hi, my name is Maureen Horowitz. I'm so happy we're having this discussion. I think providing legal representation to community members facing eviction is absolutely the right thing to do. Evictions are violent, traumatic events that upend every aspect of tenants' lives. And when tenants can't afford a lawyer, landlords will seek and often get evictions as retaliation for tenants who ask them to keep their homes in basic habitable state or dispute illegal fees or rent hikes. I know in my experience as a tenant who had a hard time getting housing, that was used as a stick to keep me from asking for things like not having an infestation of poisonous spiders. And evictions are often won not because tenants have done anything wrong, because low-income tenants are set up to fail. I'll be quick, but I just want to emphasize some points that were already made much better. Stout's extensive analysis determined the right to counsel leads to more than 90% of tenants avoiding disruptive displacement. Stout also consistently found that a right to counsel saves millions more than a cost up front. For example, in Philadelphia, they found that a $3.5 million investment in a right to counsel would yield $45 million in savings. Similarly, a Boston Bar Task Force found providing representation for a targeted group of Massachusetts renters would achieve a net savings of more than $3 million in emergency homeless shelter costs alone. A 2016 Harvard study showed that workers who are evicted as much as 22% are as much as 22% more likely to lose their jobs than their peers. And last, because evictions are one more form of violence that tend to target marginalized people, a right to counsel would be an important step towards equity in our community. Thank you so much.
I'm not seeing any other folks. Last call.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment and bring this back for discussion amongst commissioners. I'll just start by saying that I can appreciate the some of the nuances of this issue when it comes to legalities in Kansas in particular. I think Kansas has a reputation for being a state with very landlord friendly statutes and not any particular tenant friendly statutes. And so I recognize that there is a pretty steep uphill battle in those terms when it comes to once a filing has gone to the court. And we've had a lot of discussions here over the past year in various conversations here at the commission. And I think that it is evident to me that it is not a solution to all issues, and that that the more important and potentially impactful work is on the prevention side, is exactly, you know, what we're doing already. And I think that in my opinion will continue to have the largest impact and ripple effect, and that's where the real substance of support is in our community, is on the prevention side, and trying to stop filings from happening in the first place because some sort of resolution has been sought. And also it is true for all the reasons that have been mentioned by folks in their public comments that that an eviction filing on the record of somebody's with somebody's name is devastating and has so many consequences and makes it nearly impossible to become or remain stably housed in the future. And so for me, that's reason enough that we have to support what I believe is a really basic legal right. And yes, there are not many legal defenses for eviction in Kansas based on the way our statutes are written. Non-payment of rent is certainly the primary reason that people are being evicted, but there are other reasons. There are lease violations, which could be a whole host of things, and there can and sometimes should be legal arguments to those. And so for those folks, though they may be represent a small percentage of eviction filings, they deserve a right to a robust legal defense, in my opinion. And for the folks that cannot dispute what they are being legally evicted for, right? Cannot dispute a non-payment of rent. And maybe that's impossible to resolve with HSC or Cura dollars or any of the mediation efforts. That may be unresolvable. And yet I still believe that we should be guaranteeing people's right to have somebody who can competently and legally help make those negotiations or make those arguments in protection of people. If for no other reason than to Shannon Oury's example that she gave earlier, which is absolutely representative of many people's outcomes in my personal experience too, that if it only buys them a little bit more time or an agreement about when moving from that unit is going to happen and under what circumstances and conditions it's going to happen, with the dismissal of an eviction action, that's worth it for people still. Even if the ultimate result is that they are moving, that they've been displaced, that they have to utilize additional local funds to help rehouse them, which would be more expensive than continually housing them in the same place. Even if all of those things are true and the only thing that was achieved, that they don't have that eviction on their record, that is worth it. And I believe that people have a right to that, and that to not have access to a legal defense or services or advice about that is a huge disservice to already incredibly vulnerable and disadvantaged folks in our community. So to me, it is the right thing to do. There are a lot of barriers in place, I think, that are unique to our state and our statute, but I think our community is uniquely positioned with all of the preventative resources and open lines of communication and collaboration that are happening across the community and across our service providers, that it will be a tool that I would be hopeful we will see less and less of a need for over time, because preventative work is resulting in fewer evictions being filed in due time. And I want to make sure that we are a community that is living out our values of providing equal protections to folks and helping level that playing field and level out the power imbalance that exists. Because for property owners who file a legal eviction and start that court process, either they themselves have the knowledge, capacity, and access, or resources to hire an attorney to proceed with that process. And to me, at the very least, the person whose life will be most directly impacted and potentially devastated deserves right to legal counsel and capacity, or access to somebody with capacity to explain what their options are and what mitigation exists. So as far as taking dollars from HSC to go towards this, I don't know. I think there's more thinking and conversation to have about that in general. I think there are some options for us to explore. I mean, immediately, I don't love the idea of dipping into that pool of what I believe are really necessary and vital resources in a way that hinders that program and those prevention efforts in any way. But I think we have a lot more information to try and gather and understand about what is viable and what's possible amongst our community partners to figure out how we start to effectively guarantee that right in our community. With that, I'm going to mute myself and allow other commissioners to provide any further comments.
So I don't know that I have a whole lot to add. I thought it was a really good discussion, and I think I learned a lot, and I appreciate everybody's comments. I think, as Commissioner Reed said, we have some more exploring to do around this. I do recognize the power structure that's there, and we have to do what we can to address that. And I agree with the comments around we've got to do something to move the needle. I just want to be really thoughtful about that. Recognize, you know, there are limited funds, and how we do this with the funds that we have. And as we go into budget process and ARPA, I think it's just really important to consider the smartest way to do that. And I appreciate Shannon's discussion around legal concerns, because that's been shared with us before. So I just think more discussion. This is a good discussion, and we keep having. I would ask Gabby and Marielle, I don't know if you could forward that presentation to Sarah, because that was not attached to our packet, and there were some links on there that I think would be good for me.
And I apologize for that. I'm still getting used to the process of getting things to y'all beforehand.
Thanks.
We will get it uploaded to the website so others can have it as well. So yeah, Gabby, send it to Robin and myself.
I just want to echo some of what my fellow commissioners said. Thank you so much for the conversation. I think that a big part of what we heard is that there are multiple strategies that we need to put in place to tackle this really complex problem, and that it would take a lot more money than we have to build all of the units that we need. And I hear that one loud and clear. I think that it is a thing that we need to continue to discuss. How do we use the funds that we have in ways where we can make the biggest impact? And so the legal discussion is one that we've heard quite a bit, and I really appreciate the public commenters pointing out how that impacts our community. And we want to make sure that we're reserving resources to make sure that we can have some immediate impacts as well. So I think that will be an ongoing discussion of how do we use our resources in the most effective ways possible to tackle this really large problem. So thank you for bringing this to us today, and I'm excited to continue the conversations as we move through the budget process. I also wonder, before we move on to the next item, Commissioner Reed, if we could take a quick break. We've been going for 3 hours.
Yes, you read my mind. Commissioner Reed, I absolutely do think we are due for a break. I guess I have one last quick question or request for Gabby moving forward. If we aren't already tracking the HSC assistance that is going to folks who are basically being rehoused due to an eviction, if that made sense the way I said it, I think it would be helpful to know that and track that in the future to see how many requests HSC is getting for that, you know, deposit money, and to help folks move as a result of an eviction. Okay, with that, I will go ahead and close this agenda item. Thank you so much, Gabby and Marielle, for your time this evening. And we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, which puts us back here at 8:32. Sorry, math is getting harder. All right, we'll be adjourned until 8:32. Commissioner Reed, seeing everybody back in their seats, we'll go ahead and resume our meeting and have our last regular business item of the evening, a presentation from our zoning director or zoning office. I apologize. I've totally scrolled forward. It is not our last item. It's our second to last item. The consideration of approval to related to our construction codes. So sorry, Tina, I didn't mean to skip over you. I'll turn it over now. Sarah, I'm not hearing anybody there. Do you all hear me?
I think we're all,
Sarah, I just got audio on my end. Did you guys hear me before?
speaker's back on. Sorry, too many buttons. All right.
No, that's okay. So just to be clear, nobody heard what I said a moment ago?
No.
Okay. Well, full disclosure, I was mistaken and I tried to skip us ahead to item 3.4 because I scrolled too far and almost missed item 3.3. So, but I see that Tina Rakes is with us, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to her for our next presentation.
Actually, commissioners, before Tina starts her presentation, I do want to say a few things. This is an item related to adopting new building codes for Douglas County. This has been on my to-do list for something for us to accomplish for quite some time. I think there have been a number of reasons why this has been delayed, the largest of which is a global pandemic. However, Tina Rakes has announced her retirement from Douglas County. I think Friday is her last day. And when she told me about her retirement, one of the things that we discussed was a desire to try to get a code in front of the commission to get adopted at this time. My concern is that given the current job market and how difficult it is to find code enforcement officers at this time, that if we didn't get a code in front of the commission, we would be substantially delayed in terms of getting a new code adopted. So I want to acknowledge the work that Tina has put in rapidly. I know it's not, we did upload an updated code document today after some feedback from legal counsel. So it's the same code. It just, there was some typos. There were some typos in it. So we were trying to clear up the typos. And I want to acknowledge Bobby Flory with the Lawrence Home Builders Association here, who has been working with us on this process and is really instrumental in helping us make sure we get this done appropriately. This is not the process I ideally would like us to see in terms of a code adoption. That being said, here we are. And I also appreciate Bobby's desire to talk about the code and get it adopted. Hope if the commission is supportive today, give ourselves 6 months to continue to review it, continue to make sure it's right, to make sure that an education to happen in the community, and then have these codes be effective in January. I do feel comfortable that if there are small amendments that need to be made, we can do so between now and then. What I was not confident we could do was a whole scale code adoption change without a chief building official. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tina to run you through the presentation. You got to push the button and it'll turn green.
Okay. Good evening and thank you. I will share my. Okay. Over the years, working with professionals in the built environment, it's astounding how many ask the question, who writes the code?
So to segue into our conversation with the proposed resolution, I just to highlight, and I'll just briefly go past it. I know it's getting late. So I hope you enjoy this. There are 15 codes in the International Code Council that we review. Globally, there is a movement for safe, healthy environments. So it starts out those things with a vision about the welfare of people and our communities, and then that's put into a mission. And through that, it is the adoption of the highest quality of codes. They are referred to as a model code, and this represents it's maintained by a standards organization independent of the jurisdiction that is responsible for enacting the code. And then the jurisdictions can decide to adopt them or not. So, and the codes are adopted in all 50 states. They're designed by, climate and criteria. We have strategic partners from the federal government, state levels, clear down, private industry, local departments. We are a home rule state, so it allows us to review it in our own fashion and modify the codes, whereas some are at a state level and they just adopt a state code across the board. Again, this just kind of identifies that the process that is used is set out by a standards committee and highly regulated. So it's referred to as making the sausage. I mean, it's a very daunting process from the time of code submittals through all the vetting of getting, are they submitted correctly, to the actual hearings that can last up to 2 weeks from 8 in the morning till 11 at night. And in the end result comes a code. Again, it's to provide a transparent system, to provide the health, safety, and welfare. I will say, when I got into this, life safety was kind of the buzzword. The code is a platform used today to cover the gamut, energy and everything in between, not just life safety anymore. There's code committees, 17 code committees that are put together. Again, code officials, government agencies. This is just kind of, again, the format of how it goes through, because there's code action hearings that kind of weed them down, and then they go to the final action hearings. So I just wanted you to know that it's, again, I refer back to people who don't understand that it's just not done in somebody's garage or whimsically. It's very transparent, and the codes are developed every 3 years. And they've talked about doing a longer code cycle, but industry and other people have said that's too long. If something needs to be changed in the code, that's just too long. So 3 years doesn't mean everybody adopts every 3 years, but that's the current code cycle. Some fun fact on code history. It dates back to 2000 BC. And at that time, the kings didn't care for the fact if a structure fell and there was a fatality related to that. So they came up with the first code that if a builder builds a house and it falls and somebody perishes, then so shall that builder. So we've come a long way with code adoptions on how they're administered. Over time, there was different codes across the country and across the world. And then in the United States, we had 3 model code groups. And in 2000, they merged to the family of what's referred to as the international codes. And so that's what we are operating under. Just a little fact that the Institute of Building Sciences does a lot of research to validate for every dollar spent, you save $11. So there's like $27 billion saved just by building to codes. I mean, they go in and they review after damages and stuff. The codes, like I said, they change, and so they're becoming more innovative, keeping up with the times, like for storage containers used for buildings and homes, offsite construction, tiny homes, straw construction, which was in my memo. So with that, I just wanted to show a couple of pictures. For a point of clarification, with the tiny home, it is not a home like we see on TV, Tiny Nation with on the axles. Our zoning does not allow that. Those types of homes would be placed in a mobile home park. But we do allow small square footage homes, and they are given a little bit of a advantage regarding egress windows, stair access, and head height. Everything else, they have to comply with the code. So just a little information there. Hempcrete, we've had people come in and inquire about building hempcrete homes. So I would put that under the category of the straw bale home. Just so you know, even though we're bringing it from the appendix, recommending to bring it from the appendix into the body of the code, they still require an engineered seal on them. So, but at least we're inviting and welcoming that innovation into our county. So, you know, the conclusion, there are a lot of strategic partners that are very passionate about this and clear down to the local levels. And education is key. That's why I thank you for, you know, watching this little presentation on how the codes are developed. And basically it's people helping people build a safer world. So that is the conclusion of the PowerPoint. So I need to get to it's on my memo to you. I've identified just some of the bigger points of, okay, on the memo, I've identified significant changes in the code, you know, outside of obviously moving from the 12 to the 18. We've got the consideration of the Energy Conservation Code. When they adopted the 12, they elected to adopt the 2009 Energy Code for residential only. So now we're going to stay in keeping with the city of Lawrence and many surrounding jurisdictions, and it's easier for the contractors as well, and support the movement of energy, you know, conservation. So it will be for the residential and commercial. Let me get my bearings here. The pool and spa code was in the appendix of the 12. They had removed that and have written a standalone document. So not that there's that many changes, but we are just adopting that as recognition because it's not part of the body of the code. The licensing ask in ours, we currently license the trades, electrical, plumbing, mechanical. So we're asking for the consideration within the resolution language to license 3 categories of builders. And I provided those definitions for you. The owner occupant will still be allowed to obtain their own permit to work on their property. Let me see here. The methodology to figure the valuation of anything that is new square footage, so a new commercial, new residential, new accessory, in addition to any of those, would have a new formula. It's basically provides a multiplier that you would take times the square footage And then we're using the same valuation table that we're currently using. And this will provide uniformity, more uniformity between people that are obtaining permits, contractors and owner builders, because it's just the same formula across. Everything else, remodels and some of the smaller things, decks, they will all continue to utilize the valuation format. So it's just for new square footage. And Sarah, challenged me to say, I don't want to be above, I don't want to be way below, I don't want to raise fees, just figure that out where we're at, kind of where we're at right now and in that middle. And that's what we've done with the proposal in front of you. And we did check a numerous amount of jurisdictions in that process as well to see where they were at. I had a spreadsheet that it was a little difficult to go through and timely because they might charge plan review fees, and so they might be lower in something else. So I'm just sharing that we did that research, extensive research, and did visit with some builders around here just to get a sampling of are we in the right ballpark. In fact, some of the feedback was we're probably too low. So just want to let you know that part. So I believe energy valuation, licensing, just a school and paw, and then the fun, tiny home and straw bag. Those are, like I said, the significant changes. The city of Lawrence utilized their trades boards. They had their trades boards when they went through the process of their review. When the previous director was here, we all tried to take turns and go over and participate in as many of those as we could. We couldn't make them all. So that was very educational. And as Sarah said, she's asked me to do this for quite a while. We were on track to adopt with the city of Lawrence, and then not to make excuses, the director had left and a tornado came and one thing and another, and then I just didn't get it done. So I do apologize about, that sincerely. So with the reason I bring that up too is some of these changes that came over were brought over, even though there's not a significant amount of changes, they were brought over from the city of Lawrence. And Bobby will speak on that too, that her committee in this short window has had an opportunity to look at it. So if we missed anything, you may see it come back. The appeals board, the Code of Construction Appeals Board, it's a 5-member board. We are shy an electrician right now. And I did get an email today, so hopefully you will be seeing that in a week or two to fill that spot. But I have gotten some feedback on them. I mean, they're supportive of the code adoption. It's just that timeliness of having to rush through the review. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Great, thanks, Tina. This is Commissioner Reed. I always learn many new things in our meetings, including some of the history of codes. So thank you for that nugget of knowledge. And thank you for working to bring this before us before your retirement. So sad to see you go. It would be hard to fill your shoes, certainly, but really appreciate your service to Douglas County over the years and your commitment to making sure that this makes some momentum. So I think my only real question is just to clarify, probably with Sarah, process-wise. It sounds like we're wanting to move forward with passing this new code if the commission is good with that, and basically giving the rest of this year as some space to continue reviewing it while it's being utilized, applying it to building permits and well, help me understand that. Are we planning to help me understand process wise, if we were to approve this tonight to be effective January 1st, is there potential that it could change over the next 6 months based on continued conversation or review or practice or
Well, Commissioner Reed, I guess what I'd say is that my hope would be is that this is the large substantial update for what we're planning. I want to leave the door open that if there were mistakes or things we didn't catch or things that we missed, that we could come back with amendments. We can do that. You know, we could have done that last week. We can make amendments at any point in time. So while I want to give, I'm not envisioning right now that we will have substantial changes, but I just know that this process has been more rushed than I would have liked. So to that end, you know, I want to leave that door open for folks that might be grateful that we're at this point, but a little nervous that they haven't had time to fully review every piece of this, that door is open and staff will work to make those amendments happen. Does that help to kind of clarify where I think we are?
Yep, it totally does. Thanks, Sarah. I think I just was misunderstanding your original comments a little bit, but that helps clarify. So I don't have any further questions. Do other commissioners have questions for Tina?
And just to expound on Sarah's comments, Commissioner Reed, I did visit with my counterpart, the zoning director, and Bobby Flory, and one of our appeals members is here. If there are any recommended changes that come, it will vet through the appeals board and the home builders group. So they both know they will collaborate and then come forward if there are any recommendations for amendment. So.
Thanks, Tina. Any questions from other commissioners?
This Commissioner Kelly, Tina, can you walk us through how the home builders or contractors or just the general public learns about these codes? I mean, we have some time between now and January 1st. What's the education process?
We will partner with home builders. They have a newsletter that goes out. We will utilize our media with Carrie, Britt, and in addition to staff continuing to work that signs up, we talked about putting little notes on plans, just as we're out on inspections, just getting that word out. You know, we'll just use every media platform that we can. That's about the best way. It doesn't take long to get around. And so, you know, owner builders may not be aware, but they're not typically in that loop. But designers and your trades, your contractors, in fact, I think Bobby already placed something in their newsletter already, and she can expound on that. So that's what we're planning.
Thanks.
Okay, this is Commissioner Reed. If we don't have any further questions at this time from the commission, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Is there anybody there in the courthouse that would like to offer comment?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
You got to push the little button on there and it'll turn green.
All right. Good evening. Bobby Flory with the Lawrence Home Builders Association. The first thing I want to say is that we support the 2018 International Building Codes. They're really good codes. The city of Lawrence has adopted amendments, and as Tina mentioned, they went through a very thorough process, and I did attend every one of those meetings. And it's a tedious process, but I feel good about that. What Tina has done is taken those amendments and she's applying them to what is being proposed for Douglas County. The good thing about that is the contractors that are working in the city of Lawrence and in unincorporated Douglas County, it's nice that they have the same set of rules instead of the rules changing. The people that are really going to be affected by this are those builders that don't build in Lawrence, that they build exclusively in unincorporated Douglas County. Those are the ones that are going to have the biggest learning curve, especially related to the licensing component and the energy codes. Those are a big deal, a big change. But as I said, the builders who are also building in Lawrence, they're already onto that and used to it. The energy codes are a good thing. The requirements that are in the energy code, I do have a few questions about how those are going to be monitored, because our staff that we have right now, I don't know for sure, but I think they have some education to do along with those contractors that haven't worked with the energy code. So by moving the date to January 1st, I think originally it was, Tina mentioned was August 1st. By moving it to January 1st, that's really helpful to let people get their licensing, get familiar with what's coming. And I'm sure that, as Tina said, word will get around pretty quickly among the contractors in the county that this is coming. I really want to thank Sarah and Tina for mentioning and explaining how quick this process happened. So on my end, as soon as I got the code from Tina, I just want you to know that I sent that out to my board of directors and to some individual tradespeople who I thought I could get a quick response from. And actually the timing worked out good that we did have a board meeting just in the last week and a half. And I did get some feedback, gave that to Tina, which she incorporated. So that moving the date was one of them. So she's been very, very helpful and responsive to that. Also, as soon as it came out on the agenda on Friday, I emailed that to every single one of our members. And we have, around 200 members in the industry. So it's out there. That many people have seen it already. And we will just continue to reinforce that as you adopt it. The one thing, though, that I wanted to say, and I don't know that I really need to press upon this because I have a confidence now that I didn't have when I walked in, is that we support this with the caveat that those tweaks can be done. There are errors in here. There are duplications that are conflicting, and I don't chalk those up to anything more than Tina had a week to get this done. So, a few numbers of, they make a difference and they need to be tweaked out. Whether or not that stops this train, there's nothing in here that I would say that I'm concerned about that I think is wrong or bad there, but there definitely are some things that need to be looked at. So the ideal situation, which it sounds to me like from what they've said tonight, is that we go back to our group, we take more time with the tradespeople. I know Sarah Jane Scott here, she's a mechanical contractor. People like Sarah Jane that really get into the nuts and bolts of the code. They look at it, we look at it, and then I'll probably have this board wrong, but the Construction Code Board of Appeals, they will look at it and then we'll come together. And I think that's what we're hearing tonight. I feel like we're all on the same page with that. We'll come together, and then at that time, that's where those technical issues would come in. I don't think you want to hear that from me tonight, the technical things that we found, and I appreciate that. So, but I'm happy to talk about it. I get kind of excited about code. So we sat through, 3 hours here tonight, but this is the fun stuff tonight, the codes. Anyway, let's see if there was anything else. I did want to say one thing. Lawrence adopts the codes historically every time they get a new code cycle every 3 years. And we've been begging them to stop that because they like to adopt it in front and they like to do it every 3 years. The problem with that is we get to be the guinea pigs because that's why they change codes, because they find out things don't work. So actually being a little bit behind the cycle is good because those little things get worked out. Douglas County is the opposite. They take forever to get on the code. So now that we'll all be on the 18 is good. And Lawrence has promised us that they're not moving to the 2021. So we're going to be on the same code for a while, which is really, really a positive thing. And we can just keep what we also put on continuing education every year. So we will just keep educating them and doing the best we can to make sure that they're code compliant, and we work together with the code enforcement group. I mean, I feel like we're partners in this. We're all on the same team trying to build, quality structures. And also finally, I would just like to congratulate Tina on her retirement, on successfully finishing her career here in Douglas County. So congratulations and best wishes to you. And thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much for joining us tonight, Bobby. Is there anybody else there, Sarah, that would like to make public comment?
Do we have, yep, come on forward, Sarah.
Okay.
We have more.
Just a reminder for anybody who might be online with us still, if you have public comment on this, please use the raise your hand function.
Hi, I'm Sarah Jane Scott. I'm a mechanical contractor as well as a third-party energy specialist in Lawrence. I've been doing energy testing for about 15 years now, certified and licensed with that. It's not the same contractor licensing as mechanical and electrical. And so along with Bobby and the home builders, I really do support the 2018 code adoption. But the huge difference that I see is between the 12 and the 18 is these energy codes. So my concerns are that you have the wording in for the third party, that Lawrence calls it a third party energy specialist. There are a lot of things with manual J, manual S, manual D. I still walk other mechanical contractors through these and do those reports, those energy type reports for other mechanical contractors here in Douglas County and in Johnson County, because not everybody understands them. So I think that you need to designate what you, that you will have third-party energy specialists. They take some of that energy work off of your code officials because you certify them to do some of these inspections, some of the testing. And so I think that'll help with the education of your staff, as well as provide the same benchmark for all contractors that they need to hit on these energy codes. So it's the same across the board, the same people are doing the testing and the expectations are the same. Again, happy to help, happy to answer any questions if you have them. And I do support going forward with the energy codes. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. All right, Sarah, we see anybody else? Yep, another person. Okay, thanks. I keep on my end waiting for a head to come across the bottom of the screen. This is about all I can see.
I'm Colette Spurlock. I'm a county resident. And I guess that it's sort of a question in my mind that the adoption has been discussed. The work has been done quickly to get it done. And those of us who had homes built in the county, who've done our own construction, sometimes have been party to the codes. We understand all that. But it gives the public really no time to look at what this code is going to do to them or be in their engineering, their electrical, all their processes. I think it's unfortunate that we're discussing adopting a code when we really haven't had time for anybody to look at it. I think that's a bad precedent to set for any adoption of anything that the commissioners do. So I'd like to ask you to give the public time to look at this before it's adopted. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you for those comments.
Any other comments here? I'm not seeing any other comments here and I don't see any online.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sarah. We'll go ahead and close public comment for this item and bring it back for discussion amongst commissioners. Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Portillo, any thoughts you'd like to share?
Tina, can you respond a little bit to Sarah Jane's comments? That sounds like it would be, it may not be a significant add, but it would be an add to the current code is the way that I understand it.
And I may defer to her to chime in, but I believe that in the energy code world, you have the opportunity to
become compliant by prescriptive code or performance. Fair statement? The performance engages the energy raters typically, correct? I mean, and so I wholeheartedly agree that it is complex. And it's not a complex just learning it, it's complex for all the members who are building a structure to communicate, you know, sizing of equipment and how tight is the, you know, fresh air, how tight is it? So there's a big learning curve there. I do agree that if I was still here, I would prefer to have a third party come in. I don't know that we can mandate it. Do you have any feedback? Like, I think you can mandate it when it is a prescriptive, but if somebody elects to do performance, I think there's some testing that has to be done by a certified energy rater. I mean, there still are some components that would engage that even at the prescriptive level, like floor door test or something like that. Kind of capture it, or did I? Okay.
The two paths for code compliance are prescriptive, which means you prescribe to the code, and performance, where you get an energy, HERS, or ERI rating with a score. The only people that can give you the HERS rating are ResNet certified professionals. Along with that, you do the blower door, you do the duct testing, and the equipment sizing and all that is part of that HERS ERI score. But on the prescriptive side, where you're following the code, there's still blower door testing, ventilation testing, manual J and manual S that have to be submitted, or the tests have to be done. And sometimes where you're not hitting the same benchmark is if you don't have a certified third-party energy professional doing those tests. For example, if you have the general contractor running the blower door and making that test, it is in his best interest to be below 3.0 because he can't get his occupancy and finalize the house without it. The spray insulation guy, again, he's a huge that component is a huge part of that test. It's in his interest. So, for example, ResNet, you can't do the insulation on a house and do the ResNet test. For myself, I can't do the mechanical work on the house and do the Energy Star rating. I do Energy Star ratings, but not when I'm in the mechanical contractor. So that's where that benchmark that you have to have the professional that does, so you know who's running the tests, so they're hitting the test results correctly.
I think the question might be more, so the current code in front of us tonight has both prescriptive and performance-based standards in it, correct? Correct. That's what I wanted to.
Thank you.
You got to be back in front of the microphone every time you talk.
And those two methodologies dictate, as she was describing too. I mean, you as a homeowner can put certain insulation in, but you're still going to have a certified person come in to do a certain component. And there's different types of ratings, and we set those numbers and they have to meet those. So
yeah, I guess
yes, it's in the code.
My question isn't about this so much about the specifics of it, is that we're being asked to pass a code that's still going to need a few edits, it sounds like. And I want to make sure that it's not such a large edit that we don't feel comfortable in passing it tonight. There are certain ramifications if we don't pass it tonight. And I want to have some comfort, and Sarah seems to indicate it, and Bobby seems to as well. And I just want to check in with you, Tina, as well, to sort of see. I don't like this process,
yeah,
but I also understand that this is where we're at, and you know, I think the public comment that was provided is fair. You know, we should have had more time. but I don't want to push this back a whole nother year. And so in thinking about Sarah Jane's comments, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't adding something very large to this, and it doesn't sound like we are. That's not what I'm hearing.
No, and I was very careful, and I shared that with Bobby, who we talked a lot last week about bringing, mirroring like Lawrence, just absolutely mirroring. In our code, I stayed in keeping with a lot what was in there from the 12, if it was applicable. So the things that were brought over from Lawrence in those specific areas were verbatim. I think we realized today there might have been a little typo in a chart or something is in another statement. But so there, there aren't any big surprises that we anticipate. I mean, it was brought over now, and I did share with Bobby because she asked specifically if, was I picking and choosing what to pull over or not? And so I gave an example. If Lawrence talked about dorms and things of that nature, real commercial oriented, I didn't pull those over because we don't have that zoning allowed. So that is an example of something, or I would have just copied and pasted the whole thing, but we don't have that. So those were the things that didn't carry over. Everything else that was applicable for our customer base, which is primarily residential, was mirrored over.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
This is Commissioner Reed. I don't have any questions or left over after that. I think that, well, to your point, Commissioner Kelly, that the public comment we heard last is fair, and this is not an ideal process, which I think has been acknowledged. I think I feel comfortable because it does not sound, as we've just covered again, that there are likely to be substantial edits or changes. But also because this essentially 6-month window of time before it would go into effect for continued review amongst those groups that we talked about in the trades, as well as some intentional public awareness building about it and informing the public at large and those homeowner builders or individuals like that who might have some input that that we have a responsibility to be intentional about that and try and spread the word as much as we can at large and welcome that feedback, but that this gives us ample time to make some adjustments. Hopefully there are not any unforeseen significant changes that would come up. If there are, bring it back for some further conversation at that time. But it sounds to me like we're on a trajectory of minimal updates being needed and really just ensuring that all relevant folks, as much as we can, are aware of these changes and have had the ability to review them before they go into effect. So I'm comfortable with how we arrived to this position that we're in and the request for action from us. And just curious if there are any further comments or thoughts from commissioners, and otherwise happy to entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Portillo. I agree with what we heard, and I really appreciate the public comment that this has not been an ideal process as far as kind of timeline and ability for input. But it does sound like we're in a place where these codes are becoming more consistent with the city. So these are not kind of brand new out of nowhere codes. And I also appreciated the kind of background and history of how these come about and the long history and the cycles of them. It does sound like there may be some tweaks as we have that kind of long on-ramp into these going into effect. And that's why I appreciate the long on-ramp of the next 6 months to make sure that we have that time to go through thoroughly and take care of any tweaks that we need to. Again, it does not sound like the ideal process, but it does sound like something that's workable that we can move forward with at this time.
Yeah, finally, I'd just like to thank our Home Builders Association and our trades folks for all their work and looking at this, and thank our community as well for continuing to look at it as well as they work towards that. So I expect that there will be some education opportunities for owner builders so that they can learn those codes over the next 6 months. With that, I'll make a motion to adopt the Home Rule Resolution HR 22-6-2, repealing existing Chapter 13 construction codes of the Douglas County, Kansas Code and enacting in its place Chapter 13 construction codes of Douglas County, Kansas Code 2018 edition and amendments hereto pertaining to building and construction if appropriate, effective January 1st, 2023.
Second.
Sorry about that. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Tina, and everybody else who joined us for that conversation this evening. Now we'll move on to our final regular agenda item, 3.4, a presentation from zoning staff.
I will get Tanya moved into the panel. Sorry. There she goes.
Good evening, commissioners. Hello. Tanya Voigt, zoning director for Douglas County. I am here tonight about a conditional use permit. It was issued a little bit over 5 years ago, and it's for a mini or self-storage facility. It was unanimously approved by the Board of County Commissioners in 2017. The required 5-year review, it's an administrative review done by zoning and code staff. It was due in May of 2022. A representative, David Hamby, a representative for the applicant, reached out to us a couple months ago and asked, how do we need to work through the review? Unfortunately, the facility has not started construction yet. And so staff didn't feel very comfortable about doing a 5-year review because the 5-year review is attached to several conditions that you saw in your memo. And we're not able to review any of those conditions. And so we talked to legal counsel, talked with the applicant a little bit and tried to come up with some options at this time. And the first option was to just apply for a new conditional use permit because there is nothing for us at this time to review with the 5-year review. But another solution that we came up with is just allowing the applicant to speak tonight and provide some explanation and let the Board of County Commissioners make a decision on how they want to move forward with a conditional use permit application. We can go through the conditions if you'd like. I mean, they're all in your memo. The applicant did apply for a building permit for a retaining wall in 2017. Our CUPs require that a building permit be pulled within 2 years of the time that the CUP is issued. And so they satisfied that component of it. There has been some, talk back and forth about, interpreting if pulling a building permit for a retaining wall satisfies this condition for the conditional use permit, meaning that a building permit was pulled and that even though the construction of the actual mini storage facility hasn't started yet, that, it could start anytime in the future, that it almost grandfathered it. And from a staff's perspective, we just did not feel comfortable with that interpretation because the retaining wall really isn't associated with the actual structure that is applied for with a conditional use permit. We just didn't feel comfortable making that interpretation on our own either. And so under the new zoning regulations, this is another key to kind of where we are in this mix. So the conditional use permit was approved 5 years ago under the old zoning and subdivision regulations. And we're really at a different spot in the world today. So under the new zoning and subdivision regulations, this would fall in tier 2 of the urban growth area. And in tier 2 of the urban growth area, when we have applications for development, it does require that they reach out to the city and determine annexation. The city, we meet with the city and we have regular meetings about if infrastructure can reach those areas. If infrastructure can reach those areas, our code actually requires development to annex into the city limits. I would like to share my screen just super quick, take but just a minute. We had several months ago, I think in December of 2021, the Garber, who owns the land around this mini storage lot. So the lot is located where mini storage facility would go, would be on K10, just north of Rock Chalk Park, here in this area. There was a 100-acre annexation request by the same applicant as the mini storage, and that would be to annex into the city limits and provide kind of low density residential housing. I didn't attend that planning commission meeting. I did contact Sandy Day, the planner, for that meeting, and she said it did not pass that night. There was questions about, how the community benefit was being provided and if providing housing was enough of a community benefit. So I believe at this time, and David Hamby is here tonight, I believe that the applicant withdrew their application to annex in this 100 acres for residential housing. But as you can tell, they wanted to develop, and our regulations in the county required them to reach out to the city and determine if they were going to annex or not. And so this is so close and in such close proximity, and the same applicant as this kind of annexation request, that I think there's just a lot of balls rolling at the same time. Sandy Day did say that she believes that the applicant will reapply for this annexation request. And just kind of as we have tweaked our regulations and really tried to push anything that really requires a lot of infrastructure demands, road improvements, stormwater runoff, those type of things, as we've really tried to push that into the city limits because of the demands for infrastructure, I just think it's worth, the conversation and the point that there is talk of this area annexing into the city limits. I do believe it also required a comprehensive plan amendment change, and that comp plan amendment change is because that area was slated for office and residential use, and the applicant would like a comprehensive plan amendment change and is still going through that process with planning to change that to just strictly low residential density housing or lower medium residential density housing. So there's just a lot of moving parts that staff just did not really. This is the first time where I've had a conditional use permit where construction has not started and I've not been able to do a review at the 5-year mark. So I'm kind of putting this in your guys' hands tonight. I think the applicant here is here tonight to make some explanation, which might be super helpful. I'm here for any questions that you might have, but I think that's the quick down and dirty of where we are with the process.
Thanks, Tanya. David, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Tanya. I know we've talked quite a bit about this. So she did say a lot in about what's going on in that area. And so let me just say I'm representing Garber Enterprises. They own this property and the surrounding properties as well, as Tanya mentioned. So as she mentioned also that there was an annexation request late last year. That was the 4th one that we've tried, and none of them have succeeded yet. And so as of right now, that property is up for sale. And so I wanted to say that there probably will not be another annexation request from this owner, as far as I know right now. And so this site is also up for sale potentially. So looping back around, anticipated that that area would be annexed and rezoned into residential area, and that would help support this storage area. And again, as I mentioned before, that the Planning Commission turned it down. This last one, the Planning Commission turned it down primarily. Well, I'd say there's 2 parts of that, but primarily because a lot of it isn't supported by existing infrastructure. There's no sewer in that area, and it kind of sits on a ridge line, and about 2/3 of it doesn't have sewer as an interceptor sewer. So That's one of the reasons for not building it yet. And the second one is, early on conversations with Mary Miller indicated, and there's some confusion on everybody's part, I guess, about the building permit that Tanya mentioned. So we thought, based on conversations with Mary, that the retaining wall would kind of lock in that CUP. And so obviously different interpretation from county staff, and that's fine. So what I want to, I guess, ask for tonight is a 5-year extension with a building permit issued within 2 years. And the reason I asked for that is the owner's right now in talks to sell the property, and the buyer would be buying it to develop this CUP. And so if this gets turned down, then that basically the sale's off the table, and the new owner would have to come in and reissue the CUP, or try to re-get that CUP. And that's probably $10,000 worth of work to do that. And right now there's really no neighbors around there. You have Evergy on one side, Garber owns the rest, and I would say there's really no effect on the health, safety, and welfare of the public for leaving the CUP in place for hopefully another 5-year review, but again with the condition of a 2-year building permit issuance. And I've spoke to both the owner of the property and the potential buyer, and he believes that schedule would work for them. So again, I appreciate your time, and that's be happy to answer any questions, but that's what we're asking for tonight.
Thank you, David. Okay, I'll go ahead and open this up for questions from commissioners. Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Portillo, would you like to ask any questions of Tanya or the applicant?
This is Commissioner Portillo. I just want to clarify. So the adjacent property, there have been 4 separate applications for annexation, none of which have moved forward. Now the property is up for sale. So it does not look like there would be another annexation application put forward. So this property that's next to it, we're still considering completely separate for the CUP.
Correct.
I don't have any questions. I have comments, but we'll wait till after public comment.
I don't have any questions either. So we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Sarah, is there anybody in the building?
We don't have anyone in the building or online.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring this back for discussion. And Commissioner Kelly, please go ahead with your comments.
So I remember this when I was on the Planning Commission. This was a lengthy conversation, David, if I remember correctly, because this is a fairly unique piece of property that sort of wraps around the Westar substation there. There was a lot of comment at the time about the gateway, as a gateway to Lawrence, and what the impact would be of mini storage being the gateway to Lawrence. So just to give maybe other commissioners some perspective, LMH West was not there at the time. I don't think Rock Chalk Park was built up to the level that it is. I mean, this is 2017, so it was being built, but I don't think it was quite to the level it is today. And I think if I remember correctly, there was some hesitancy on the part of the Planning Commission in approving this. And I think it went through because it was such a unique piece of land, and how the other pieces that were owned around it. I'll just put my cards on the table first. I take staff's recommendation very seriously. And I think, another piece that I would mention is we changed comprehensive plans between when it was initially approved and now. And I think one thing I worry about is that if we extend this CUP, we could possibly end up with an island of property, a county island. And we just dealt last week with a county island, because this would be held over from the previous comprehensive plan. And I think if there had been made more attempts to develop this land, I would be more sympathetic, but in this case, I'm leaning towards revoking the current CUP.
This is Commissioner Portillo. Given kind of that timeline and the big changes that have happened in our community, I agree with Commissioner Kelly that it would make sense to move forward with revoking the CUP and have this applicant or a future applicant, if the property sells, come forward once it's clear what they want to do with the property and go through the planning commission again, now that we have a new comprehensive plan.
This is Commissioner Reed. I'm on the same page, and I will also say that I take staff's recommendations really seriously. And I think in this situation, it makes sense to me why staff arrived at that conclusion, given the totality of circumstances. And well, frankly, the knowledge that that the property is up for sale and maybe under new ownership gives me even more reason to believe that it is appropriate that this CUP be revoked due to the lack of ability for our staff to review it and the lack of action that's been taken on the land under those conditions. And as has been mentioned, all of the changes that our community has seen in terms of our county regulations, the comprehensive plan, and the further development that has started out there and that I believe is, likely to continue, that it makes sense to me that we revoke this one, and under new ownership, whether it's for another storage facility or something similar or vastly different, that we have different sets of criteria and standards to review that with. And it makes sense to me that we would not extend this given the lack of progress on the property. So I am comfortable with staff's recommendation and believe that it is appropriate to go ahead and move forward with currently revoking this. So if there are no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is Commissioner Portillo, and I move to revoke CUP 17-00092 for a mini or self-storage facility in the 1700 block of East 902 Road.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Thank you for joining us, David. Thank you, Tanya, for sticking with us. And with that, we have finished our regular agenda, and we will move on to discuss appointments. I know that Sarah has sent us a couple of emails recently. I'm going to ask for a little bit more time, if that's okay, before we move forward with HCC appointments. Would like to have a little bit of conversation with staff and get my brain back on total track before we move forward with those, if that's okay. But if there are any other appointments or upcoming vacancies that we need to know about, that'd be great.
Oh, we have quite a number. We've got some planning commission ones we need to do.
Yep.
At this late time, I'd like to wait until we meet again. So
We do have the community corrections one where we do have a candidate as well, where you have that, the app. We can still wait on it, but if you're looking at appointments for next week, I'd also encourage you to look at that one. Did I send that? I did send that to you, right?
well, I think what you sent us, I have to go back to my, was it done?
I'll verify that I sent it to you, and Greg Gardner is stepping down, and
No, you sent it to us.
Okay.
I mean, Mark Matisse would be great for this. He's former. He's got a huge background on this. So if it's okay with other commissioners, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mark Matisse to the Community Corrections Advisory Board. We did get an email from Sarah on that last Thursday.
Second.
Great, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Great, Thank you. Look, we can check one off the list. We'll revisit a few more next week. So with that, we'll move on to miscellaneous items. And Sarah, I'll let you kick that off for us.
Commissioners, my memo is in the packet, and I'll just let you peruse and ask me questions if you have any.
Thanks, Sarah. This Commissioner Reed again, I will just briefly mention the Common Ground anniversary potluck that's highlighted. I'm on the up and up and feeling better, so I expect that I will be attending that on Sunday, just in case other commissioners will also be there. Wanted to make sure I mentioned that. And then just briefly wanted to inform other commissioners that earlier today I provided a letter of support on behalf of Douglas County to Central Grazing Company for a grant application that they are submitting to USDA to bring down some federal dollars to our community related to some, well, I believe it's called the Climate Smart Commodities Partnership Grant. You know, something with a lot of words, but there are some exciting ideas that Central Grazing Company has around research related to agrivoltaics and sheep grazing. And so provided a letter of support and just wanted you all to know that. Any miscellaneous items from other commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and adjourn and say goodnight. Bye, everybody. See you next week.